Mm.
Hey, Susan, can they zoom in on the main table? You're looking good. You're looking good, Dr. Kitchens.
Yep, I'm doing my best Chairman Cressida imitation.
Saw Levi there somewhere.
Yeah,
I'm here. I'm here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
okay, it's 9 o'clock. I guess we're ready to start. I'd like to call this meeting to order on this date, May 3rd, 2022, here at Mission Inn in Howie in the Hills, Florida. Ms. Hood, roll call. Well, no, Dr. Kitchens, you want to hit the gavel?
Again,
Oh, you hit it already. I didn't hear you. Okay. Ms. Hood, roll call.
Mr. Cressida,
Present.
Dr. Kitchen,
present.
Mr. Williams,
Present.
Ms. Mulhern,
Here.
Ms. Bradley. Here. Dr. Monte.
I'm here.
Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody. Funny thing that happened yesterday on my way to Howie. Once I arrived, I tested positive for COVID. So that's why I'm not sitting with you all this morning. I would like to welcome everybody. I can't see everybody in the audience, but we truly appreciate you being here and coming to the meeting. Like I've said numerous times before, it is important that you do come to the meetings, even if you're on the agenda or not, or tune in. This way you get to listen and learn, about what schools are doing and what you should be doing and what you shouldn't be doing. We're 2 years and 2 months out from COVID starting in March of 2020. And so, the commission understands the hurdles that the schools have gone through, keeping the students in school, working with the students, preparing them. And we do, like I said, we do recognize that, and your hard work. I don't think our schools missed a beat. I know the commission didn't miss a beat. We didn't miss one commission meeting throughout this period. Our staff were working remote in some cases, but and the executive staff was pretty much there. Everybody did just a excellent job in keeping things together and keeping things moving. We're in unprecedented times, and people need to realize that. But I just want to thank everybody, from our schools as well as our wonderful staff. You guys all did a great, a good job. We have a lot of work to do in certain areas. So, Mr. Santoro, are you there? Would you like to do an introduction of visitors, please?
Morning, I'm Dr. Jose Otero, or should I say good morning, commissioners and staff. I'm Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, Gregory Jones, Compass Rose Foundation.
Good Good morning, Lori Stowers, Compass Rose Foundation.
Good morning. My name is Sergio Mendez from American University.
Good morning, Marisabel Nájera, Pan American University.
Good morning. Buenos días. Miguel Carrillo, Pan American University.
Good morning, buenos días, Vicky Coloredo Mills at Sabre Consulting, representing Pan American University today.
Good morning. Karen Martin Brown, Dragon Rises College.
Good morning, Joshua Padron, Executive Director of West Coast University, Miami.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tammy Elliott. I'm the president of the Los Angeles Film School, and I'm representing the online division of our Winter Park location. Good to see you again.
Good morning, Janie Bailey, Nexus University.
Good morning, Jessica Suito, Nexus University.
Good morning, Sean Michael, Cole Middleton Group.
Good morning, Ann Bouchard, Cole Middleton Group.
Good morning and buenos dias. Dr. Joe Angley, Cole Middleton Group Education Consulting.
Good morning, Dan Stetler, Hope Sound Bible College.
Good morning, Dr. Mike Burkett, Nuke University, Florida Technical College.
Good morning, Becky Wara, Mayo Clinic College of Medicine and Science.
Good morning, Christine Furtaw with Arizona College of Nursing in Tampa.
Good morning, Lisa Cantleberry, also with Arizona College of Nursing, Tampa.
Good morning, Matt Calhoun, Arizona College of Nursing, Senior Vice President of Regulatory Affairs.
Good morning, James Jones, Arizona College of Nursing's Fort Lauderdale campus.
Holly Doty, Utica College at St. Petersburg.
Good morning, Polly Smith, Senior Vice President, Associate Provost, Utica College, St. Petersburg.
Good morning, Carlos Biense, UTH, Florida University.
Good morning, Ronald Lacayo, UTH, Florida University.
Good morning, Luis Sanchez, Inter-American University, Orlando.
Good morning, Nathan Adams, partner law firm Apollon Knight, head of our education team.
Good morning, Jeanette Thompson, Educare and Vision College of Nursing.
Good morning, Nikki Good Fortis, not on the agenda, just here to listen and learn.
Good for her.
Good morning, Maura Salavarria, University for Scientific Research.
Good morning, my name is Jose Sergio, representing University for Scientific Research.
Good morning, Tloki Depu, Albizu University.
Good morning, my name is Donna Marol. I am the campus president for Chamberlain University, Jacksonville campus.
Good morning, Sean Rodriguez, Chamberlain University, Miramar campus.
Good morning, Dr. Tamesia Scott, Chancellor Institute, President, Margate, Florida.
Good morning, Bob Burnfield, Campus President, Universal Technical Institute in Miramar, Florida.
Good morning, Courtney Woodward, Director of Student and Career Services, Universal Technical Institute, South Florida.
Good morning, Tim Dengler, Campus Director, Altiris Career College, Tampa.
Good morning, Cheryl Gunning, Concord Career Institute in Tampa, Florida. Thanks.
Good morning, Iris Salinas, Managing Member of South Dade University.
Good morning, Maria Baez, Ana Jimenez University.
Good morning, Donna Veens, Ana Jimenez University.
Good morning, Kelly Krenkel, Florida National University.
Good morning, Jessica Babaker from Academy for 5-Element Acupuncture in Gainesville.
Good morning, John Zarnetsky, Dean of Ave Maria School of Law, Naples.
Good morning, Alan Mortham, Executive Director, Florida Association of Post-Secondary Schools, Tallahassee.
Good morning, Ludmila Zambrano, Florida Global University.
Good morning, Vice President Engelbert Vargas, Florida Global University.
Good morning, Rick Rosado with Fame, Pembroke Pines, Florida.
Good morning, Rebecca Caven, Staple College Campus Administrator.
Good morning, Park Smith, Director of Institutional Effectiveness, Jersey College.
Good morning, Steve Litvak, President of Jersey College.
Good morning, Dr. Latrina Bates, Nursing Network Christian School.
Good morning and buenos dias. Siobhan Jones, attorney.
Good morning, Leah Dodge, Executive Director, Lincoln Memorial University, Tampa.
Good morning, Dr. Henry Oliveira, South Florida College of Nursing, Doral.
Guten Tag, my herding. Buenos dias, damas y caballeros. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A simple, humble servant, author of trades, representing New Professions Technical Institute from the great state of Miami.
It's hard to follow that. No, good morning. Julia Corona, Southeastern College, Executive Director and proud board member of FAPS.
Good morning, Sean Humphrey, Southeastern College, Miami Lakes.
Good morning, Doris Combs, Southeastern College, West Palm Beach.
Morning, Ron Seeley, Southeastern College.
Good morning, Domingo Alvarez with Alvarez & Mendoza, Certified Public Accountants.
Good morning, Lisa Sincere, Strayer University.
Hello, Mark Kaufman, Associate Dean of Academic Affairs, LECOM Bradenton.
Good morning, James Toldy, Assistant Dean of LECOM Bradenton.
Good morning, Rachel Ogden, Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine, School of Pharmacy.
Good morning, Dawn Reddick from Webster University.
Good morning, Ricky Madison, Continental States University.
Good morning, everyone. Audrey Kaplan, partner, Hogan Marin Babone Rose Education Practice, and proud FAPS board member. Can't get that straight.
Good morning, Deborah Wenninger, FAPS Foundation.
Jose Valencia, ASA College, Hialeah.
Harris Miller, servant of Jose Valencia and member of the Board of Trustees of ASA College.
Since we're greeting internationally, good morning, buenos dias, bon dia. Alan Alvarez, Campus Director from Schiller International University.
Hello, Egan Hansen, Global Head of Compliance and Institutional Effectiveness at Schiller International University.
Dr. Deborah Harris, Healing Arts Institute, Clinical Sexology, Dean of Students.
Good morning, Luis Javier Delgado, Polytechnic University of Puerto Rico, Orlando campus.
Good morning, Miriam Paón González, Polytechnic University of Puerto Rico, Miami campus.
Good morning, Chelsea Ferguson, Radex Institute.
Good morning, my name is Mahmoud Bachar, and CEO of Radex Institute.
Good morning, Asma Bustete, Director, Radex Institute.
Good morning, Tatiana Tuchinsky, EDU Compliance Strategies Consulting and proud FAPS board member.
Good morning, Richard Zayden, FBI School of Nursing and Technology, Miami and Miramar.
Good morning, Denise Antune, School President for FBI School of Nursing and Technology.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I feel your very positive energy this morning. It's so nice, thank you. My name is Julie Diane. I'm with Justee College in Fort Pierce.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Edwards, and I'm with Justee College.
Good morning. My name is Evan St. Justee. I'm with Justee College.
Good morning, Jonathan Gluck, Campus President, Justee College.
Good morning, Francisco Silva, Emory University, Orlando.
Good morning, Yanit Vincent, Hebron International College.
Good morning, Jennifer Williams with Hebron International College.
Good morning, Sarah Forteza from MIU City University, Miami.
Good morning, Rafael Garcia, MIU City University, Miami.
Good morning and buenos dias. My name is Dr. Joanna Johannes, and I'm with Lighthouse Christian College.
Good morning, Marilyn Magallanes with Lighthouse Christian College.
Good morning, Chris Giorgetti, Santora and Giorgetti Educational Consultants, here today with Arizona College.
Good morning, Mike Santoro with Santoro and Giorgetti Educational Consultants.
Good morning, Dr. Sandra Sosa Guerrero, President for Larkin School of Nursing.
Good morning, Dr. Alberto Guerrero, Dean for Larkin School of Nursing.
Good morning, Jason Shepard, M0A.com. We're not on the agenda here, but just here with my lovely wife to learn more.
Good morning, Magda Shepard, not on the agenda, but here to learn.
Good morning. My name's Mark Murray. I'm an attorney in Tallahassee. I'm here on behalf of Agape Academy of Sciences, Grace Community Institute, Hebron International College, and Just E College.
Good morning. My name is Bob Harris. I'm with the law firm of Messer Caparello in Tallahassee, Florida. Today I'm here with Amber University, Anna G. Mendez University, Chamberlain University, and Nuke University, Florida Technical College.
Thank you, Mr. Santoro. And again, I want to welcome everybody. The chair will entertain a motion on the minutes from March 29th, 2022 and March 30th, 2022.
Mr. Cosito, we forgot the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, will everybody please rise? Mr. Ferguson, we'd like to lead us in the pledge, please.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for pointing that out, Dr. Matos. The chair will entertain a motion of approval of minutes.
So moved, sir.
A motion by Dr. Matos,
Second.
second by Ms. Mulheron. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Reports, the Executive Director report.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I would ask approval of the Student Protection Fund. You should have that with you. As you can see, there's been...
Move to approve. Second.
A motion by Dr. Matos, second by Ms. Bradley. Discussion on the Student Protection Fund. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Secondly, again, we have both FAPS in the back, Alan standing up, and FAME is back there too. If you have an opportunity, please take a minute and talk to those fine gentlemen. I'd also, and this is, he is here with us today, Mr. Michael Santora, the real Santora, has recently been appointed to the Kamada Commission, and I'd like to say congratulations. We have someone here from Florida, Mr. Santora, who's recently appointed to that commission, so he's here with us today too, Mr. Chair.
Welcome, the original Michael Santoro.
His guardian is with him also. Take just a second to mention the first quarter results for the NCLEX has been published. I think we made national news to some respect, I guess, depending on whether you read it or not. But Florida is still the lowest in the nation in terms of NCLEX passage rates. That is not a distinction that we ought to appreciate. But I mentioned that they're out there. The first quarter results are out. You can take a look at them and see where we are. We have several schools today that are on that list. Also, take just a second, if I might, Mr. Chair, and introduce staff that's with us today. For those of you who have never met some of the staff, please take a moment at the break or at some point today to say hello and introduce yourself. I would ask that if you have any information, any documents, anything that you want to go back to the office, please send those in. It's difficult for us to make sure they get there from here if you try and hand it to us. We have a method, and I say this every commission meeting, what comes in the front door is logged in so that there is a record and we don't lose it. If there's something that you would like to receive, if you will talk to one of the program specialists, tell them what it is, to be happy when we get back and get that sent out to you. With us today, of course, Ms. Jenna Parton, who's Assistant Executive Director. We have Jenna Parton, who is General Counsel to the Commission. And then with us today is Joey Smith, Brandon Eldridge, Victor Sori, Austin Leard, Christopher DeSalvo, Catherine Davis, Ashley Schnick, Jason Bowman, Dr. Monica Muldrow Brooks, and Joseph Garcia and Michael Santora. So please, if you haven't met any of those folk, take a minute to say hello. I think that, Mr. Chair, I think that we have, Ms. Bradley was wanting to mention something about rules, so we could go ahead and put that under the Executive Director report if that's okay with you.
Yes, sir, it is. Go ahead, Ms. Bradley.
Okay, thank you, and good morning, everyone. The Rules Committee met the day before the last commission meeting in March, and at that time, the committee decided to concentrate on two specific areas within our rules, and that is distance education, which needs some definite updating, and nursing, which is, of course, very important to everyone, especially with what Mr. Ferguson just said. So anyway, with that, the committee decided that to gain some expertise, some good insight and input from the community decided to put together two subcommittees, one for each of those areas. And we are still in the process of forming those committees. As you know, it's always good to get that input and that level of experience that people have who've been out doing it. So we're looking forward to some really robust discussions within the subcommittees. So with that, we're also looking for people who may be interested in serving on either of the committees. And if you are, we've had some applicants, some interest at this point, but we're still looking for more individuals, and we'd love to have your application. So if you are interested, please send your information in an email form to Susan Hood, and we should be meeting in conjunction with the July commission meeting. We don't have dates yet, but well, the commission dates are set, but as far as the rules, that's not yet set. But Ms. Hood will be coordinating that and collecting the information. We ask that you get it in by May the 13th, which is a Friday, so you'll remember it's Friday the 13th. If you want to serve on the committee, please submit your information to Ms. Hood. I think that's all I have at this time.
And the last thing I would mention, Mr. Chair, is that we do have a new commissioner that will be starting in June. It's Representative Manny Diaz is going to be the new Commissioner of Education. So we look forward to seeing him come on board, and I'm sure that most know him involved with education. He's been involved with education forever, so we certainly welcome him to the department and look forward to working with him. I think we have probably legal counsel report.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Just a reminder that the U.S. Department of Education is continuing to do negotiated rulemaking. Please follow that carefully. There are several topics that will affect all of our schools here in Florida, especially obviously those that receive Title IV. Some draft proposed rule language will be coming out in the next few weeks, if not month. Please review those. Please send in your comments. I actually just got the opportunity to go to a conference where we spoke with some gentlemen who know much more about it than I do, and they said they really do read your comments. They read each individual comment and have to respond. So keep your eye out. Give them your feedback, because it's the only way they're going to hear from you. So that's about it for the legal report.
Thank you. Okay. Roman numeral 6, degree institution licensure issues. A, institutions ordered to appear back before the commission. Number 1 is ASA College, Hialeah.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. As you can see, we have updated responses from ASA, and at this point, there's probably additional information that will be coming in between now and July, so I would ask that you accept the report, and we ask that they come back in July for an update.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
I do. Yeah, so move, sir.
Second. By Dr. Mato, second by Ms. Mulheron. Discussion?
I guess we need to add a contingency for returning July, which is not part of the staff recommendation, correct, Mr. Ferguson? Okay, we're good with that.
Okay, and Mr. Ferguson, that's based on an accreditation meeting in June, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. And then also, I think there's some more issues with the home campus in New York that we haven't been fully apprised of. So hopefully we'll have all that by July.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Just for the record, I'm an employee of Southeastern College, 4 and 4A. I want to note that for the record. Number 2, Florida National University, Miami.
Move to accept the report, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion by Dr. Matos,
Second.
second by Ms. Bradley. Is there any discussion?
We
Hearing none, all
have
those-
someone at the podium.
Okay. Don't have that camera angle.
Might be a good thing.
Would you like to introduce yourself for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Dr. Kelly Krenkel. I'm the Director of Accreditation Compliance for Florida National University, and I'm here representing campus number 970.
Welcome.
And I would say, Mr. Chair, that they have improved the pass rate of the first quarter almost 70% now from where it was before. The recommendation is to accept their report.
And I wanted to make the comment, the congratulations. I know that very thorough report. So
Thank you.
your outcomes assessment, actually it's proving itself by the increased pass rate. So very good.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Larkin School of Nursing, Miami.
Move to accept the report.
I have a motion by Ms. Mulheron,
Second.
And we have someone at the podium.
Second by Ms. Bradley. Good morning. Can you introduce yourselves for the record?
Good morning. This is Dr. Sandra Sosa Guerrero, and I'm the president.
Welcome.
Dr. Alberto Guerrero, the Dean.
Welcome. Do we have any discussion?
No, another comment. I mean, you're improving. Very good. Excellent, by the way.
Thank you.
Again, outcomes assessment, that's the key. Very
Yes.
good.
Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Southeastern College, West Palm Beach.
Thank you.
And Miami Lakes.
I move to accept the report, and they're on their way to the podium.
Have a motion by Ms. Bradley. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Ms. Mulheron.
Good morning. We have folks at the podium.
Good morning. Dr. Sean Humphrey, Southeastern College, Miami Lakes, campus president.
Good morning. Doris Combs, Dean of Academics, West Palm Beach.
And Ron Seeley, Chief Academic and Accreditation Officer.
Welcome. Discussion?
The first quarter pass rate is, you have anything you want to say about the 33, 42, and 47% pass rate?
Are those the RN pass rates you're referring to? Because the first quarter pass rates for Miami Lakes is 100%?
The AS is 42%, the practical nursing, 47%, and then the AS at Miami Lakes is 33%.
And the P.
You think it's your biggest challenge at the moment? Usually it just boils down to one thing.
Yeah, I mean, so right now for the PN program, because we have the two different programs, and right now I can talk about both programs. So for the PN program, we identified several factors. And I think when you really look at our 2021 pass rates and you extract out the cohorts from the 2021 group, those cohorts that have been applied this remediation plan are at 80% right now. For the 2021, though, we had two other groups from 2019 and 2020, the older groups that did not benefit from our remediation plan but tested later into and they really brought us down. But this remediation plan that we put together for the PN program is showing that it is actually making a positive impact. That's on the back end. On the front end, we also have increased our T-score to make sure that we're getting better qualified candidates, and we have a nursing program interview rubric that we use that we made modifications to that makes it a little bit more challenging to get into the program. So on the front end, we're trying to make sure that we're recruiting higher quality candidates, and then on the back end, we've completely revamped our review process to prepare students after they've completed the program until they sit. There's lots of modifications we made there in the remediation plan, and I can go through whichever ones you'd like to talk about. But
No, but I can just,
I think it's a combination of the two. I think the front end was a little more open than it needed to be. And on the back end, we didn't have a clean process to review them and prepare them the best. And we've implemented those in 2021, and we're seeing the results.
So if I could just give you any advice, and I can speak, you know, I mean, I'm an academician, and I can say this to all of the nursing schools and all of us that are in education. It's very funny because sometimes as an educator, and again, I'm going to speak from personal experience, sometimes as an educator, we think that if we're very too tight, the students are going to do well. Or if they're very loose because we're so student-centered, they're going to do well. And we all know that if we are too tight, it's going to affect our attrition, you know, our retention. If we are too loose, it's going to very much do a negative impact on the bell curve of our gradings, of all of our grades, which actually means the outcomes. Here's my advice to you. You have to find the middle ground. Because I heard about the front and I heard about the back. I didn't hear about the services. And services doesn't mean that you're going to be completely lenient. Services means how are you following up with the students? Because when you follow up, and it doesn't matter if it's nursing, when you do the follow-up and you do it with tender, loving care, you know, with tough, tender, loving care, you will actually see the results. And I can speak to all of you, you know, with my advice.
Yeah,
Okay?
thank you for that.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just had a quick question. I heard you say you increased your T-scores for the entry.
Yes.
I didn't hear what you increased them to.
We increased it to 40 for the
For the
T-score.
PN?
Right, for
And
PN.
what do you
yes.
have for RN?
It's 58.7.
Okay. And that's the composite?
Yes, yes.
You test in all areas? You count all the areas of the Ts? Do you
But
do you have
but we
cutoff
just-
scores for there, each
We
one?
don't assess them individually. We take the composite score.
The total composite score?
Yes.
So individually, they, like, say a score in reading.
Right.
Do you have a cutoff score for reading?
Not individually.
Oh, okay, it's overall.
Right.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. Is there any further discussion?
That was for 4A, 4 and 4A.
Yes. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 5, Webster University, North Orlando.
I move to accept the report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. This is for A, B, C, D, and E.
That is correct, sir. All together.
Okay. A motion by Dr. Matos.
And I'll second.
And we have someone at the podium.
I have a second by Ms. Mulheron. Can you please introduce yourself or selves at the podium?
Hi, I'm Dawn Reddick. I'm the director of the Melbourne campus.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Discussion?
Recommendation
Hearing none.
to accept the report, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we already have a motion and a second. Just seeing if there's discussion.
I just wanted to make a comment, if I may.
Go ahead.
You provided a lot of detail in this report and explained a lot of things as to what happened and how things are getting better. So we thank you for that. That was all.
Okay, hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you for being here.
Application for provisional license. Items 1 through 11, Grace Community Institute, Boca.
Mr. Chair, I take it we're going to discuss first before we put a motion on the floor, correct?
That's the pleasure of the commission.
I'll leave it to my colleagues.
That's fine.
fine.
Very good.
with that. We're going to do that?
Mr. Chairman, we have all sorts of someones at the podium.
Thank you, Dr. Kitchens. Can you please introduce yourselves for the record?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Brendan Kelly. I'm the Director of Compliance for Grace Community Institute.
Hello, my name is Dr. Abigail Matthews. I'm Director of Admissions for Grace Community Institute.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Irene Matthews. I'm administrator.
Hello, Mark Murray, Legal Counsel for Grace Institute.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead, Ms. Mulheron.
Thank you. So first of all, I love your online orientation. It's very comprehensive, very intentional, so thank you for that. I noticed you mentioned that you have a self-evaluation portion of that orientation, and so how do you handle that if the self-evaluation does not turn out that the student is suited for the online modality? Then what do you do from there? Do you have an on-campus option that you recommend, or do you allow the student to move forward with the online class?
Thank you for the question. Yes, so we offer some tutoring, and depending on how the tutoring goes, whether they are very receptive, we can then retest and see if they are a better candidate for online delivery, and if not, then we cannot, they're not suitable for an online class.
Okay, so from there, do you recommend another school, or do you have another option within your own school that you can help the student with if they don't start online?
We then offer classes on campus for them.
So you offer that as an option for
Correct.
them, and they can decide at that point?
Yes.
I see, okay. And what is your typical student? Can you describe your typical student demographic?
Most of our students are working adults, usually in about 30 years old and up, majority of the times. We do have some younger students, but most of the time they are in a older age category.
Okay, well, with that, I would definitely recommend tightening up your 48-hour response time with faculty, getting back to the student online in that modality, because if your students are working, they're probably, handling assignments either at night or on weekends, and so it would be important for them to get that feedback quicker so that they could complete their assignments. So I would recommend that you tighten that up to 24 hours or less. We think you're absolutely right, and we've been working with our professors to do that, to get to 24 hours, and that's the same reason why having night programs, online courses is so important for working adults to be able to go to school like this. Yeah, okay. Thank you, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you for asking. So last time you guys were here, I think that I was the one who was asking a lot of questions about inventory, right? So I got the information. Thank you very much. Actually, we all got it. But I'm still unsure on your inventory of equipment to support your simulation, or your simulation portion of your program. Can someone expand on that?
Sure.
Because it is not complete. And quite honestly, we gave you ample time to get that information, and I still see it as a contingency, and I'm uncomfortable with it. For the record.
I want to make sure that it was received. We sent in a number of documents, and I think when they were initially sent out, the updated documents weren't sent. We actually brought copies of that.
I got all sorts of pictures. They look very pretty, but yet, very nice. But yet, I do not see how that equipment can support the enrollment that you have and then the continuum through the program. So can someone expand on that for me? And
Sure,
actually, I think that probably we're going to be asking a lot more questions, with the results that were shared this morning, so.
Okay.
Indulge me.
Yeah, I can do my best to try to explain.
Of course.
What exactly is the question? Because we do have high fidelity mannequins that are serving all
How
kinds
many?
of simulations.
How many?
Currently, at the Grace community, we have 2 high-fidelity mannequins.
For what? For
for-
which competencies or which courses within the nursing program?
Yeah.
Which core courses?
Okay, I will.
Which
more-
major courses? Which competencies? I don't know how we call it. We call it all of the above.
Okay,
What?
yeah. So fundamentals, they will be able to cover, that will cover that. Medical, surgical, and as well as OB, obstetrics and pediatrics.
I saw the OB, but I saw only the birthing one.
No, so we actually had a meeting with the manufacturer, and they recommended this particular mannequin for the OB as well, because the mannequin in question does have fetal heart sounds compared to the other mannequin they were also offering. So that's why we went with that one based on the manufacturer's recommendations.
Okay, so how many mannequins, how many high definition do you have?
2.
2 high defs. Okay, and how many low defs do you have?
1.
Okay, and then how many arms do you have?
Arms, I believe we have 2 arms.
Okay, so we probably did not get the updated inventory listing. But that's okay. We'll have it as a contingency. You're okay now, for now.
That's fine, yeah, absolutely. We'll send you an
'Cause
updated
we
list.
don't-
Absolutely,
I don't think
Dr.
that we
Matos.
got even the receipts for it. Okay. All right.
Yeah, we can send you receipts, any of
More,
that.
yeah.
And I believe that was submitted, but we can make sure that everything gets resent in.
Okay, and then my second question is your faculty. So I did raise a concern with the faculty before, and we got the information, and guess what? I still have it.
We actually, that's why I think that may be outdated. We hired 9 new faculty specifically for Grace after your comments.
Yeah.
And brought in new faculty to make sure that we address those concerns fully,
Okay.
and they are only teaching at Grace.
So how about if I add that as a contingency, okay?
Okay.
So we need to get an updated listing of faculty, but what I would want, because your faculty listing kind of like has their disciplines, I want your faculty listing to be, your faculty needs to be identified by qualified course within the gen ed requirement, and also your pre-sciences, as well as your major core competency courses, whatever we want to call them today. All right?
Yes, we'll make sure to actually specify on the form.
Sounds wonderful.
All right, thank you.
That's all I got for now, sirs.
Thank you, Dr. Matos.
Quite welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Bradley.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
So I have several questions, and I know that you did follow up and answer some of the questions that I had from the last time, but I'm still unsure of a couple of things. First of all, Brendan, are you Brendan?
Yes, I'm Brendan.
Okay, I thought when you introduced yourself, you're Brendan Kelly.
Yes, that's
So
correct.
you've submitted all this communication?
Yes.
Okay, great. That helps a lot. Who is the Institute of Health Sciences? Or what is the Institute of Health Sciences?
It was probably some kind of a typo.
There's who prepared the business plan?
The business plan
Yes, it's in the financial area.
in the independent accountants compilation report?
No, it's in that section, but it's a separate document. It's Form 605.
Oh, it may have been a typo in there. I'm not sure, because that was not submitted with this most recent round of records that were sent in.
Well,
We had been requested to send in an updated financial statements that we submitted.
yeah, but this isn't part of your financials. The business plan is something that the institution does. And there was a reference to this institution, and I wondered what relation that had to your institution.
No relation at all.
So did you have someone else help put this together?
Yes, we've worked with a CPA to compile the financial records and business plans.
Did the CPA produce the business plan?
Yeah, he helped us prepare it. So I think it's just a typographical error. We're not in any relation to that school.
Okay, I just found it. It's on page 9 of 18 of the business plan. And it says displaying reference from past and current students regarding the quality of Institute of Health Science education.
Yeah, it's very likely was just a typo.
Well, it's more than a typo. It's, copy and paste.
Page 9 of 18.
So, yes, on the business plan. And commissioners,
I'm looking at Form 605.
Form 605.
I'm on page 9. It says, the Institute will initiate the accreditation process.
Well, we're on different pages. This is within, if you've got it all online, you can search and find it.
Which section of the business plan? I'm sorry.
It is Form 605, which is the business plan.
Mm-hmm. Is there is it the subheading 7, 8, 9?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
6.1.
6.1, okay. Yeah, 6.1. If applicable, describe the institution's proposed web presence.
I don't know. It says the institution. Oh, okay.
Ms. Bradley, what page are you on the summary?
On the summary, it's page 14, I think. Let me just, I keep moving away from it and coming back. Yeah, it's page 15,
Okay, thank you.
but it's in the financials. It's in
Yeah,
the
it's
financial.
quite clear.
Yeah,
So-
this is regarding the web presence on here, and we can correct this and fix that portion for the web presence on here.
Okay, but as I look at it, it speaks to a bigger issue in that if someone else prepared this for you, I mean, you're responsible for every word that's in here. So it made me think, well, is there a fourth school somewhere? Or did you change your name at some point and I forgot? You know what I mean? I thought maybe it was something like that.
No, there isn't a fourth school or anything like that.
Okay, well, I think not only does this need to be revised, because this is like your roadmap. So if you've delegated it to somebody else, and that's...
It hasn't been delegated to someone else, it's just that we had assistance with preparing the financials of this, because we're not CPAs. And so this portion about the web presence, I'm not sure what happened here, but we can figure out what happened here and
Okay.
make a correction on it.
Please make a correction and submit an explanation as to what happened.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, because I was confused. I looked for other schools. I tried to figure out, well, what is this? Okay, I have a few other questions. Now, I know that you've provided a side-by-side of differences with the various programs and so forth. But I have an underlying question regarding how, with your size, how are you going to manage 3 separate institutions? And that is not, we've updated curriculum, we've changed this, we're going to do this. That's the easy part. The hard part is, with this many resources, how are we going to keep 3 campuses going?
Oh, well, that was why we brought in 9 new professors to come teach. I was actually brought on specifically to do this, so I came on, the first meeting was actually my first week on the job, so I'm actually here. We're expanding our resources on administration end and on the teaching end to make sure that we can meet the needs of all the different schools.
Okay, so that also takes a lot of money. So again, that's my concern, especially you've got these very similar program. I asked last time about the locations, I believe, and I understand, it could be 10 miles, but that's 3 hours or whatever. I get that part. But just with everything it takes to keep a school open, you've got 3. You're not accredited, you don't have any Title IV. I really would like to see, as a contingency, a really good deep dive into how you're going to keep all these 3 programs going. If it's your intention to close one of them at some point, then we need to know that, because you'll have, teach outs and whatever. But if it's your intention to keep 3 different schools going in relatively close proximity, without Title IV, that is a big, especially nursing programs.
We are in the accreditation process for the first 2 schools, and then as soon as we're able to, we will go for accreditation for Grace. We feel very confident we'll be able to manage all 3 schools. And the other thing is that this area is that there is such a large population, such a large need in South Florida, that there's a large enough different segments of the population that we can target each different school and we have the resources to do that. And we are very confident in our team that we'll be able to continue to manage the schools that we have and to expand with Grace. We're fairly confident that we'll be able to do that, and that we have the resources in place.
Well, that's a very, very, very big undertaking, especially starting a brand new school. You've hired new faculty. Are they employed now, or is this contingent on when, the students are enrolled?
I believe it's contingent on when the school starts, because we can't be paying them for a year before the school opens.
Right, I mean, yes, that's a big consideration. Nursing faculty are very, very expensive.
And we do have significant cash on hand at Grace Community Institute already to make sure that we have enough money there so that we can continue to have good professors and the staff and the supplies that we need, so the school is well-funded and well-positioned to move forward as soon as we get approval from the board.
Okay, and the financials that we have before us, are those are for the company, those are for everything together?
No, this is just for Grace Community Institute.
This is only Grace?
Only Grace Community Institute.
Only Grace?
Yes.
Okay.
It is a separate institution. There aren't a commingling of assets. There's not a commingling of equipment. They are wholly separate entities, and so this is the financial statement just for Grace.
Just for Grace?
Yes.
Okay.
And so there's nearly $300,000 cash on hand. We have all the supplies necessary. We have the space rented. We are ready to go. We've got the professors in place, and we are very confident that we'll be able to start this program and run it successfully. And especially if you look at the different changes we've put in place that we outline extensively between the programs, we're fairly confident that we'll be successful.
Well, okay, then that brings up another question. I know we're talking about Grace right now. We've got Agape later on. So do you plan on taking these same changes and putting them into your other 2 campuses?
Yeah, if there are changes that get put in place and we see that they're very successful, absolutely. What we learn in one school, whether it's things you do wrong, we change, or things we do right, we'll implement elsewhere. And that's the other thing, is that while we're starting a 3rd school, it's not as if we don't have any experience. We've gone through the growing pains of learning how to run the program successfully. And that's why we're confident we're going to be able to do this.
I'm sorry, if I can, so you said that you're running programs successfully?
Pardon me? No, I didn't say they were run successfully.
Because your first quarter pass rate for Agape Academy of Science is 25%.
That right now, we are actually in communication with the Board of Health. We believe, or pardon me, the Board of Nursing. We believe that 2 of the students who took the exam were not actually from our school, and so that would actually be 1 passed, 1 failed. And then we actually know that 3 students took the exam in April and 3 passed. So if you look at the April students the students we know we took, and the last quarter of last year, the fourth quarter of last year, 83.33%. If you look at April's and the first quarter without the 2 students that aren't ours, that's 80%. And so that, I think, is very successful.
Well, right now, I understand all of that, but right now, the results are the results and they're what they publish. So right now it's 25% and you have 100%, but it's only one student that has taken the test. I'm just trying to give Ms. Bradley some information. She's asking questions specifically to outcomes, okay? Ms. Bradley, that's for you.
Okay. Well, I think that the institution needs, as a contingency, we need that full explanation, not just the side-by-side, but how are we going to make all this work together? I mean, this is, you talk about a, high-fidelity simulator, and you've got them at every campus. Are they the same kinds or are they different?
They're similar because per manufacturer's recommendation.
And they've received training in how to use them,
Right.
And are fairly confident and competent in using that.
Well, and make sure your instructors know how to use them.
Oh, absolutely.
Because sometimes nursing faculty are a little, they love the hands-on, but when you get all the electronic going, they may get a little timid. So, make sure the instructors are trained. Well, that's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Between you and Dr. Montos, in addition to staff contingencies, we have 5 additional contingencies. Is there any further, before we get a motion?
If I can just suggest something, Mr. Chair, and again, we're seeing the trend, and, this is a school, and I don't know how my fellow commissioners feel, and I think that we voiced this concern prior. There are 3 nursing programs that are going to be regulated, and yes, the institution is working toward improving some of the other programs. In my opinion, in my humble opinion, I think that starting 3 highly monitored programs, it's too much. Maybe if they can concede and perhaps start the PM and only the ADN program, or select one of the nursing programs, I think I would be more comfortable with a vote.
Is there any comment from the institution?
We started off with doing those similar programs, of doing a home health aide, PN. We have worked our way to do these different programs, and while I understand there's concern about the academy, the one program is on probation, and we're working to improve that. I think that there's a couple different issues we figured out with that. Was one, we had growing pains with learning how to, we were just starting out, and then COVID happened, and so we had to transition how we taught. The second thing that we figured out just recently is that there were a number of students, we're not sure the full extent, that had cheated on their exit exam. And so we have implemented in place now new testing regimen to make sure that cheating does not occur. And so that's what we think is a major concern that happened. And so now there may be students who will fail. It takes time for them to get processed through. But the new cohorts that are coming through are going to be, have a different program they're being taught, better testing protections to make sure that cheating does not occur. And so that's why we're confident that this is not a problem with the administration. It's that we had to make changes have been made, and that we're seeing improvements on that.
Thank you for that.
Which courses are going to be offered online?
We're offering the Gen Ed courses online.
And your core classes will be on site?
Yes, that's correct. Which that alone will provide better results for our students, because I think as any school, whether you're high school, college, professional school, when we switch to all online courses, students dropped off. And that was a problem that we all had, and that now that's where we're making sure that the core nursing classes are in person, which will dramatically help the outcomes.
I just want to note for the record that I'm also concerned about what Commissioner Bradley brought out regarding our business plan. If that was a cut and paste, is it really your business plan?
We can redo it. I think what has happened is that this wasn't, the Institute of Health Sciences was that we had a different name in place, and then we went with Grace Community Institute. I think that's what the issue is here. We're going to run that down, I'll figure that out, and make sure that we have an explanation to it and make any corrections to it.
Okay, I hear what you just said, but the two ladies did not recognize that name, and it's their school.
This was submitted last April, over a year ago, this business plan. Yeah, the business plan was written in 2019.
Well, see, a lot's changed. I mean, just think about that. Since 2019, and I saw that your programs were approved by the Board of Nursing in 2020, June of 2020, so that's almost 2 years. And over 2 years for your ASN. So, I mean, just the whole timeline has, so many things have happened between that time. That was really probably before you had any issues with Agape, I don't know if I'm saying it correctly. And so between that, the business plan, we have a lot that needs to be updated.
If I may make one comment, the contingencies, a number of them, like to submit an updated financial statement, that had been submitted. And and same with the faculty listing, we had provided an updated faculty listing. And so all the contingencies that were sent to us were met. The only thing that wasn't complete was the site visit, and that wasn't on our end. I believe the gentleman who does it had surgery or something, and so he couldn't come. And we didn't have a request for a new business plan, but we're happy to do a new one and provide that as well.
Why don't we, I hear feedback, I'm sorry. Why don't we have the 5 additional contingencies. Why don't we take a vote on them and then also bring them back at the next meeting?
Is it possible to schedule the visit and have it already done?
Yeah, we can do that.
By the next?
Yeah, we can do that.
So that we have?
Sure, yeah, we can get that by July. And I think the other thing missing, you said you sent everything. I don't think we have receipts for your equipment.
Well, can I add something else too, adding to the business plan? So, and I missed this one, to be quite honest, but, in the business plan, in the admissions section of the business plan, you say that you're going to try to recruit foreign medical doctors. Is that true?
So not from different countries in particular. We're not going to go to different countries and recruit them. No, it's whoever is a foreign medical doctor who lives in the United States, particularly in Florida, who chooses to not take the USMLE and perhaps not match into a program to come to retrain and become a nurse.
Right. So, have you mapped out how you're going to screen those students and admit those students and transfer credits and all that?
Well, they have to have a evaluation completed, translated and evaluated by evaluation agencies, Joseph and Selene, for example. And we would still need to test them per our admission policy and then go from there.
Right. So I would recommend that you actually do some study on that. Okay? Because I don't think that you quite know how to do it.
Okay, we'll look into it. Thank you, Dr. Matos.
Sure. So anyway.
And we can we'll do it on site prior to July. We'll go
Okay.
ahead and
Yeah, all right.
vote on this, and then we'll, yeah.
They need to map out the catalog to what the business plan is saying.
Yeah, well, and I know we need to vote, but I just wanted to say, I know you say you submitted something, and I'm not trying to be flip, but just because you submitted it doesn't mean it meets the request. Okay? Whatever it is.
I think what it was is that, like, for example, it was that submit a financial statement. And they said it wasn't submitted. It was, and I got confirmation Monday morning that these things were submitted.
All right. I'm going to once again voice my concern of approving 3 nursing programs for 1 school. I need to put that on the floor again.
Perhaps what we could do, because I agree, there's to eliminate the BSN at this time. Do the home health, the AS, and the PN. That, trying to run an ASN with everything you have to do with that, and a BSN, and keep them both afloat, it seems very, very ambitious, especially when you have challenges at the academy. So it's like, can you get things ironed out, then add on your BSN?
Well, we anticipate to be done, to be off probation for the academy only for 1 program, which is ASN, by end of the year, because we are anticipating our passing grade to improve. Assuming, because it just takes time to get our new policies implemented to students so that they do better when they take the exam. So, and by the time, we just really thought we can absolutely handle that.
By and through the chair.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Hello to everybody. The entrepreneurial spirit is alive in this section, in this niche, and I love it. The problem I'm having and have been having over the years is with nursing. You know, when you're laying on that bed in a hospital, going in and out, you have to have confidence that that gentleman, that lady that has the title nurse knows what they're doing and are properly trained. This is not an area where we learn on the job as business owners. And it really caused me great consternation when I see or hear business owners learning on the job about nursing. As a user of those services. But the other thing is the students. If you don't know what you're doing, how are you going to teach the students so that they can successfully pass? This is the problem. And, you know, I see the remediations, I see the modifications over the years, I see new programs, and we celebrate the growth and development of each of these schools, and many of them have gone to the wayside. You know, I just think some schools shouldn't exist. If you don't know what you're doing, if you cannot teach your students state-of-the-art so that they are successful on the NCLEX, maybe you should not exist. That's what barriers to entry in business are for. I don't like it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
So, Mr. Chair, I think that I would support Ms. Bradley's recommendation about the ADN program and the PN.
Oh, I see, okay.
Ms. Bradley?
Yes, I would support making a motion to approve with all the additional contingencies, the 1, 2, 3 programs, not do the BSN at this point, and then we bring you back, you have all the things that we need in the form that is satisfactory to everybody, and we can consider the BSN at a later time.
I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second. Yeah.
Second by Ms. Montero. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, you understand where we are with?
You know, I'm not sure we do. So is it my understanding that you've approved the other programs but not BSN?
Right.
We can come back?
Right.
Gotcha. Okay.
When you're ready.
Okay.
Yes.
Ready means with good outcomes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'd like to thank our program specialists. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Brown International College, Kissimmee.
Good morning, my name is Yannick Vincent.
Hello, Jennifer Williams.
Good morning and welcome. Mark?
And Mark Murray, attorney for Hebron Institute.
Commissioners, you want to discuss first?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You go ahead, Nancy.
Okay. Yes, I can open the discussion. First question, you have another institution?
Correct. It's in Miami.
Okay. And is it also, it's also called Hebron?
It's called Hebron Technical Institute.
All right. I was looking at your scores at Hebron Technical, and your track record is not where it needs to be. Can you tell us what's, even though we're talking about the new school, how the old school works, or the current school, they're like this. So please tell us about what you're working on at your existing campus.
As you can see, we make some change toward the administration requirement and also the entrance requirement for everything related with the student. Due to those changes, we intend that to increase not just enrollment, but also with the passing with the Board of Nursing.
Well, your ASN program is terminated, is that correct?
Yes.
It was terminated by the board.
Terminated due to accreditation time requirement, not for passing.
Okay. But your rates don't support anything other than termination by score. Even though I understand what you're saying. What is your 22 rate? What's your first quarter rates?
For
22, first quarter this year.
We haven't had any report from them.
They published. You don't have any testers?
Zero.
No.
It's 0%. 0%. Yeah, one tester, one fail, 0%.
And that's in the PN?
In the ADN program.
Oh. Okay. Well, that program's been terminated. So what about the PN program?
None.
No testers?
No testers.
Or what? Okay. And what about your, is your BS program, well, it's gotta be, it's a full direct entry?
With the BSN program, we never were approved by you, so we didn't want the BSN program.
Okay, could you say that again, please?
We don't have an actual BSN program because we were waiting up an approval with CIE.
I see. Okay. I see. Now what you're applying for this new institution is a RN to BSN. We have this same issue that we have had at the last school where your AS program was approved, from what I see here, in 2017.
Yes.
So that was a long time ago. And you also have a BS program, a BSN program.
Yes, we do.
From the Board of Nursing, but you're not applying for that with us.
We are applying for that also.
Oh, I see. Yes, sorry. I didn't. Okay, so now I got the timeline straight with that. Your rates are not great, and I know probably other commissioners want to go back to nursing, but there's something else that I wanted to ask while I have the floor, if I could. You have a pharmacy tech and pharmacy management
program in the yes.
Okay, I did read where you are saying that the pharmacy management program could lead to success in a pharmacy program.
That's something we trying to really see the pharmacy courses and also based on the student. If everything goes great with this particular program, then we will add additional program in there later on.
Well, a PharmD program is something way beyond any of this.
I do understand before we even apply for that particular program, which is interfering into a higher level of degree, definitely we will do our due diligence requirement and everything before we put that in place.
Well, any reference to a doctor of pharmacy anywhere in this is completely wrong. Because somebody reads that and they're going to think they can go enroll in a doctor of pharmacy program. And so that all needs to be completely gone. That I had to read that 3 times. I was shocked.
Understand, we can correct that.
Yeah. Okay, then getting back to nursing, do you offer entrance exams? Will you be offering entrance exams?
Yes.
What do you have for your scores for PN?
70%.
And which test?
We have T's.
The T score?
T's and HESI, we have both of them in place.
For entrance exams?
Yes.
A T score of 70 for PN?
Yes.
That's extremely high. Yeah. That's like out of the norm. But that's what your entrance exam is going to be?
We can revise it later on with certain percentage, but we just want to start with that particular percentage. As you can see to our catalog also, we have between 70 to 75%, and it's all in there.
Yeah, I was reading. Okay, and then what about your ASN?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
ASN? What's your entrance?
It's 80.
A what?
80%.
And BSN?
RN to BSN?
No, the other one.
It's 80% as well.
80% as well. Okay. The clinicals that you have, that you propose, they are all, for the most part, some distance. The closest one is like, what, 25 miles, 26? I'm going to make a leap and say these clinicals are those that you use with your existing school.
Correct. And I'm also working on a couple of ones that I have meetings with this week here in Orlando and Kissimmee area.
Yeah, they're all, I mean, with the exception of the one, and even 25 miles is not.
Right. Yeah, we got some in the works though, and we plan to submit those within the 90-day contingency period that we had.
Okay, well, those clinicals are not, they don't meet, you know, there are just too many of them too far away with this submission. Dr. Matos, do you have it?
I do, but I mean, you're very thorough.
I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop.
But, you know, it's like, you know, so I am just going to summarize it in one thing. So there's, all of the contingencies that they have are contingencies that actually would behoove us to review prior to taking a vote. That's number one, so, you know, I put that on the floor. So I would be uncomfortable right now actually supporting a motion. And second, the farm tech program, the way that I look at it, and you know, because I have that concern, I really would not like to expand, but I think I would add on top of that a submission of a detailed plan on how the farm tech lab in classroom would be laid out, and also an updated list of equipment, which right now does not reflect how you build up a diploma program in pharmacy technician. So if you talk about that build up itself, that would also then further concern me regarding a vote for that program. That's it.
I would just like to add as well, they're looking to start 6 programs. And based on their financial resources, I don't know, pharmacy tech is not a cheap program to start.
Nope.
BSN, ASN, and especially with everybody wanting to go online or hybrid, I don't think their resources can support that many programs. Yeah, we don't have an updated. I apologize for getting feedback on my side. So I don't know, like with the other school, do we approve all these programs?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have the same concern about financials. I also, ladies, when you introduced yourselves, you mentioned your names, but you didn't mention your roles. Can you tell us your roles?
I am the president of the school.
Okay.
I'm assisting with operations.
Okay. Do you have a dedicated compliance person, or are you handling all of the follow-up, all the contingencies that are listed here? Who's going to be following up on that?
We're working on it together.
Okay, so you don't have a dedicated person that works on that and submits it to the commission. It's a lot of follow-up items here.
Right, yes, it is. Together we can work on it, but we do plan to hire a compliance officer to assist.
Okay. Well, and it's, you know, certainly when you're a new school, a lot of schools start the way that you are, where they don't have a dedicated person. But my point is that you do have a lot of follow-up items here, and if we are, you know, as Dr. Matos said, quite a few things that, you know, maybe should be discussed here before you go back and try to fulfill those lists. But I do have the same concern about the financials for this many programs that are very expensive programs.
I would like to know, I'm not sure that it's in the financial statements that you guys have, but we do have over 200,000 in reserves that we plan to put and use as capital for the Kissimmee location.
200,000, it's only a beginning of your inventory for one nursing program.
Right, we have the equipment that's separate. The equipment that we have is what we have. We have additional reserves that we plan to put.
Mr. Chair, if I might ask a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Ferguson.
Weren't you in Orlando when you had the unlicensed location that you said you didn't know anything about? Is that correct?
I was not running the school in Orlando at the time.
And it was unlicensed, it was, and I think you said.
Again, we came here before and then we were penalized so many times for this particular issue. And even with our former attorney, everything was disclosed to you guys. I was not running the school. Somebody used our name fraudulently. And then once we find out, we try to help the customer. And that's the reason we modernize, we renovate the place, we try to bring a school in there. That's been since 2016.
And haven't I seen you on Bridges' website?
Me?
No. Are you connected with Bridges over in?
Nursing Bridges, yes, I used to be their compliance officer in the past.
So you're still on their website, so are you working at
As
Bridges?
of today, I should not be.
As of 2 months ago?
I've been gone for quite a while.
So you're no longer connected with the Bridges?
No.
Do you have any connection with any other schools, either one of you?
No.
And I see that the nursing programs go back to 2017, which is 5 years ago when you got those numbers. If you guys are comfortable with it, it's, this is a commission decision.
My concern is on the floor.
Well, my concern as well is looking at the financials where they just stated they have a lot of the equipment. The financials do not support that. Thus, again, offering these many programs with, I didn't see $200,000 in reserve anywhere on the financials. Yeah, are they able to start a school?
So, a couple of things. I mean, maybe, Mr. Chair, may I? I'm sorry. May I?
Yep.
May I?
Go ahead, Doc.
Thank you. Suggestion for the school, maybe they can waive their 90 days. Have they waived it? No, great. So they can waive the 90 days and perhaps they can work with Mr. Murray in reassessing the programs that they are submitting for approval so that it can align with the financials and also it can align with the equipment, and then they can then retake a look at all of the contingencies, because it'll probably decrease a little by rethinking the programs that they would like to offer, and then they can come back, and then by then they can submit more substantive information for the commission.
Ma'am, you have a right to the decision on the application that's in front of the commission today. As you can tell, they have some concerns. You have the right to waive your right to a decision on this application today, come back, address some of the concerns, but you do have a right to a decision on your application as is in front of the commission today. If you would like to waive the 90 days in order to receive a decision, you can do so. I cannot advise you which route to take. Your attorney can provide you advice, but I need to know if you're interested in waiving.
Yes, we waive it.
Good choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 3, Justine College, Fort Pierce.
And Mr. Chair, while they're coming up, I will say Dr. Justy came into the office last month. We went over his programs, and
I didn't see that.
I think he really answered a lot of questions. As you can see, the recommendations at this point are very nominal. Look very dapper today, too, Dr. Justy.
Thank you.
If I can just start with one comment here, and I'm glad, Mr. Ferguson, that you said that, because your application actually shows a lot of organization, which speaks to the way that you have really given thought to how you want to launch an institution of post-secondary education. So let me just begin with that compliment.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
And I'll speak for staff. I'll tell you, we appreciate the fact that you took the time, came by. I wish more schools would do that and come in and sit down and go over it, but do appreciate that.
All right. Thank you very much.
May I? Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you finished, Dr. Matos? Or you?
I did. I mean, that's just the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll just jump in.
But
good morning, everybody,
Good morning.
and thank you for being here.
Can they introduce themselves for the record?
My name is Dr. St. Justy. I'm the president for Justy College.
Jonathan Gluck, campus president. Thank you for the opportunity. It was really good to go up there and see what you guys do up there in Tallahassee, and definitely gave us an education. Appreciate it.
Kenneth Lay, Director of Nursing, Justy College.
Michelle Edwards, Director, Justy College. Julie Diane, I'm an administrative assistant.
And Mark Murray, legal counsel for Justee College.
Thank you.
You go ahead, Nancy.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Okay, mine are pretty much things that the compliance administrative people can take care of, your catalog enrollment agreement people. I noticed on your catalog on page 30, the refund policy, I found it confusing, and you need to work with staff on this. If you are charging by the whole program, meaning you're going to base, say a student drops out after the first, 200 hours, and you're going to base your refund on the whole program, or are you going to charge that student and obligate them by the semester or some other payment period? Okay, it's not clear. Because you say 50% of the total hours. If you're charging by the full program, that is correct. That's our policy. If you are charging by the semester, meaning that the student is obligated for first semester, and you base your policy on that, however long your semesters are, then the refund policy should be applied to each semester. And it has to be consistent in the catalog and enrollment agreement. They need to be the same. I saw a breakdown of tuition in the business plan where the PN is charged by semester and the RN is charged by individual credit. Typically, and that's fine, but again, what is the period of obligation? So if you're charging by the semester, you can't be refunding based on the whole program, unless that's for a shorter term program, a different program. So anyway, you can work with staff on that. And then I did notice in the enrollment agreement, there's, and this is just a simple correction, a credential awarded, it says diploma, it says a diploma or as degree or AS degree. I don't know if it says both or it just says diploma. That if you're using one enrollment agreement, I think what it said was diploma. So if you're using the same enrollment agreement for all your programs, which many schools do, you have to have the, the choice of, well, this person's enrolling for a degree, or this, if it's PN, it's a diploma. So you can't just have one or the other. And I did see this in both the catalog and the enrollment agreement, because I think you have the enrollment agreement also in the catalog. So those were the things. So those are easy corrections. But they are contingencies. And let's see what I had. Now, do you have other schools?
No.
Are you doing something else? You have another business?
Yeah, I have several businesses.
Okay. Are they included in the financials?
No. This financial is just for Justy College.
Well, somewhere I saw something, either in the notes or something, maybe it was just an annotation. Because this is an audit. So perhaps, I see. So there's no sales. This is all for Justy. So it may have been mentioned, like when they talk about the school and your business and all that, something else may have been mentioned there. Okay, so no other schools, nothing else affiliated with health, not even like prep classes or anything like that?
Everything is focused on Justy College. I have several other businesses that have nothing to do with schooling. And that's the only school that I'm building. And those are the things that me personally, I've been working for the last 15 years in my life, and to get to that point.
I know what it was. Do you have a school in another state?
No. So I'm working on open a CNA school in Philadelphia, which is, we're in the process. It takes time.
That's where I saw it in the notes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I saw that. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that clarification. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley.
Mr.
Go
Chair.
ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. It's me. So I'm going to add two contingencies to the list that we have. Number one is a resubmission of your clinical affiliation matrix, just because I think several of your clinical sites are over 100 miles away. And just curious, why your clinical affiliations are all, the majority, in South Florida? South Florida, I meant Miami-Dade and Broward counties. Someone can help me with that?
Yeah. So it's been very difficult to get affiliation agreements coming off of COVID, renewing of surges, and a lot of, without having the approval of CIE. So what our plan is to go and knock on 100 doors and be prepared as possible. Should we get the agreement to move forward, we want to have sites available, even if they're less than mileage-wise what we would like. We can provide services and we can get started. Now that hopefully we'll be granted this today and COVID has rolled back a little bit, we're hoping and very much looking forward to getting closer sites. And we're going to work very aggressively in doing so. We understand, mileage, time, travel, expenditure, stress.
Sure.
All of that applies onto the student, which weighs heavily on their ability to sit down and study. So, if there's less travel, there's more time to study in theory, So we understand your concern. We agree with it, and we would definitely like to secure more in St. Lucie County. That's our goal. So
Terrific. So you don't mind if I'm going to put that as a contingency then?
We're going to continue to work forward, and we hope to meet that contingency.
So I'm going to
very
nudge
quickly.
you then. So I'm going to put that as a contingency, okay?
Understood. Thank you.
And then the second is your faculty listing. So you have right now, I think, one faculty member that takes care of the majority of your courses. Let me correct myself. Let me make sure. Yeah, one. So I am going to also, you got different disciplines. You got your LPN program and you have your ADN program. And ideally, you want to have individuals that are not going to mix and match us because the competencies are going to be different. I mean, that's your opinion, and this is just the way that I see, program delivery. So I'm going to ask you to resubmit your faculty credentials, strongly suggesting, and this is not going to be a continue, but suggesting that you do identify faculty that are qualified to teach your core courses in your ADN program, and then your core courses on your PN program, okay?
Absolutely, absolutely. The span of control is really important.
Yeah, so I'm going to add that, and I hope that you know where I'm coming from with that.
Yes, we do, and I agree with you. Too much span, you can't focus, and again, in the beginning, this is where we're at. I do understand, there is a span of control, and if you're looking at everything, you're looking at nothing. Right? So we do need to refine that and have a little bit more individuals with a smaller span.
So I would add that to the equation, and that's about it for me.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Mulheron.
Thank you. On your online delivery, it was a very straightforward plan. Thank you. Thank you for the 24-hour response time. That's
yes, ma'am.
Very much appreciated. I didn't see anything on how you plan to mitigate plagiarism. What is your plan to make sure that that's not occurring, and if it does, what your actions would be?
Well, we're going to be working with Canvas as our base. They do have, I'm not very familiar with what they have available. I know that they do have some policies in place. I'm not really 100% sure because online is not something I'm very familiar with, so we're working with Vicky, I forget the name of her company right now, but she is going to be overseeing our online, and the infrastructure is the name of the company, thank you. And they do have policies and procedures in place, so I'm going to rely heavily on their expertise. And they've done this for years, so we're not reinventing the wheel.
Yes, and I realize that, Canvas and structure has been around for a while, so no one here is representing the online modality. No one can speak to that that's here today?
No, ma'am. I mean, this is...
Okay. So I would absolutely make sure that you're familiar with what Canvas is offering, how the faculty should be trained, to not only identify, but address plagiarism. It will happen online. It's a different modality, right? Than
Absolutely.
You're on campus. It happens on campus too, right? So it's just a different modality that must be understood by the administrators as well as the faculty. So please make sure that you're diving into that and understanding that, or else you could end up with a rampant problem.
Absolutely, and I know there are programs out there where you have to submit your paperwork or your paper online, and then they'll come back, and if it comes back more than 5-10% that recognized off another document, that it would be flagged and you wouldn't be able to submit it. And that's something that we can look into adding into the online program.
And Canvas does have that integrated within, but just make sure that the faculty know how to use it.
Absolutely.
And that the students are aware as well that this is the tool that we're using, this is how we're going to be making sure that the programs have integrity.
Absolutely, we will definitely do that. And I do know that the instructors that we've discussed for the online modality, they have been doing this for a period of time. And we also intend to, during our orientation process, make it very clear that there's a zero tolerance for any of this. You have to do your own work, so we will definitely stay on top of it.
Yes, definitely. That's a big deal, so please make sure and integrate that with your faculty training and development.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Buying through the chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Two things. I'm looking at, I think this is the grounds for termination of a student and it says insufficient academic progress and your enrollment agreement. And I couldn't find any basis in your documentation that put the student on notice as to at least the threshold where this consideration for termination would occur. So I'm going to certainly ask you to tell us where would that occur, and certainly for my fellow commissioners, if you could enlighten me on how that works.
So it's a very good question, and academic excellence is extremely important. Our minimum standard is a B. You have to maintain and in our program it outlines that there are I believe 4 or 5 steps for students should they fall less than a 3.0. They are going to be counseled. They are going to be made aware. This is going to not only be verbal, but it's going to be written counseling. There's a process where they're put on probation. Then there's a review for them to come off probation. And then there's the possibility of termination as well if they fail to meet. They do have the option of withdrawing on their own and resubmitting for the next cohort class if they feel that, for example, life happens, which it does, and they're unable to.
Yeah, I'm going to interrupt you there. So, as a student, when can I expect possibility of termination?
Well, if they do anything outrageous, like cheating
No,
or
just academically.
Academically?
Performance.
1 second.
Okay, you can't answer it. That'll be a contingency. You can't have something there that is so definitive and so loose, in my opinion. So make it very clear. If you drop below a 3.0, the possibility you could be terminated, or whatever it's going to be.
Absolutely, absolutely. We'll make it very clear.
I think I'm going to translate from Mr. Williams. You need to resubmit your satisfactory academic progress policy to be published in the catalog, and we'll add that as a contingency.
Understood. We will get that submitted.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Matos.
You're quite welcome, Mr. Williams.
And then the second question I have is, when in your development process did you guys think about getting your affiliates for the clinicals?
What do you think? Can you repeat it?
Repeat the question, please.
In creating this entity or this program, when in the development process, at the beginning, at the end, in the middle, did you consider who your affiliates were going to be?
This is Kenneth. I came on recently, so right now I'm speaking with a few places right now locally, hospitals, nursing homes. So right now I'm trying to gather the more local aspects.
So would that be the beginning, the middle, or the end?
Right
Because
away.
you're at the
Right
end
away.
right now.
Right away. I'm actually in the process now.
Okay.
For
But this is
closer
the end of the
sites.
process.
For closer sites.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the end of the process. You're
yeah.
before us.
When we started at the beginning, because we know the students gonna need clinical, because this is part of the programs. We can teach them as much as we can in class, but if you're not in the field to experience, let's say.
I understand, but that's not my question. My question is,
At the
when
beginning.
you started putting your business plan together, okay, at the beginning.
At the beginning.
So from the very beginning, you had failures in identifying clinical sites close to the school. Would that be true?
No. The process in order to get clinical sites closer is basically contingent on us getting the licensure to open the school. Most hospitals are not speaking with you until you have the licensure in place so that you can validate everything you have going on and process with getting the clinical sites. I've spoken with several CEOs who don't want to talk right now until we have licensure. So obtaining these things and locking them in is more contingent on after you get the licensure rather than before.
So the schools in the past and certainly today that have these sites so far away for the students, how long before the students have to start taking clinicals?
Second semester.
So it's putting the cart before the horse. And in the clinical sites you have spoken to, I'm assuming you've spoken to them, they have told you once you get your license, come back and we'll give you the affiliation agreement?
A few of them, yes, correct.
So there's a kink in the process that is possibly affecting students, but you're not the first one. I mean, we've had clinical sites on Caribbean islands, Haiti, another Caribbean island. But all of this affects the student population and certainly the chances of them passing the NCLEX.
Mr. Williams, we have added a contingency that they have to resubmit the listing of clinical affiliations.
Excellent. Thank you.
Sure.
I would like to make some comments if I may. And I'll start off with the clinicals, and I'm aware, Dr. Matos, that we do have that as a contingency. But they were able to get clinical sites down in Broward and Dade County without a license. We've been licensing nursing schools for a number of years, and that's always part of the requirement that they have clinical affiliations. 80–90% of those schools have not had issues without a license of obtaining those clinicals. You know, traveling from Fort Pierce to Broward is at least an hour and a half to 2 hours. And then going down to Miami could be even longer.
Oh, yeah.
So you're talking 180 round trip miles a day, you know, for the current clinicals. So that's a concern of mine, and I know we have a contingency for it. The second concern I have is for an ASN program and for a practical nursing program, your financial resources, as stated on your financials, you have limited cash. Your equipment totals $54,000, and that's a half a mannequin possibly. Do you have the proper financial support for these two programs?
Yes, we believe we have enough financial support for our programs and we have submitted that just for the equipment, we spent over $90,000. And this is a building that we started the school since 2020. And that's a building that we've been supporting with about over $5,000 every month. And when you add all that plus as cash, we have over $80,000 to start.
Well, even $80,000 is not enough to start nursing programs.
But
and your financials do not back up what you are saying right now.
But when you add all that, we already spent over $200,000 plus an extra $80,000.
I'm not talking about expenses, I'm talking about equipment, which is an asset.
Yeah, the equipment.
On your financial statement is $54,000 worth of assets.
Sir, so we have submitted additional financial documents So the 50-something thousand dollars in which you reference is not accurate. What we have here in front of us today is a financial compilation of equipment that total $97,677.53 in equipment and assets. And honestly, that doesn't include everything. It's there has been things added since this list has been put together. I also printed out inventory lists along with shipping papers showing that this stuff has come in, and I've copied it out. I made 7 copies if you'd like me to give them to you today. So I'm prepared to show you that we have spent more than that, and that was something that was brought up at the last meeting, which is why I put this together.
Okay, just make sure you submit it to CIE. And inventory listing plus the receipts. And the third issue I'm still concerned with your cash flow on hand, that even if you said you were at how much cash on hand?
We have about over 80,000. I don't
Okay.
remember, like 82 or 88,000, but
Okay.
it's over $80,000.
I mean, I'm still concerned with that. Nursing is a very expensive program. And having final, we were concerned a few schools ago when they had $320,000 in the bank. And so, I'm certainly concerned with yours with 80-something thousand dollars, but we also need to see the equipment listing as well. And then the third item, when Ms. Mulheron was asking some questions about online, that, that's part of your submission is a online hybrid, that it doesn't sound like anybody currently is fluent on staff on how to operate a hybrid and online offerings.
Mr. Chair, I believe they did mention that the person in charge of online was not here today. Is that correct? So you do have someone who's dedicated to running the online?
That is correct. That is absolutely 100% correct. And our nursing program is 100% in-house. It's just our GE that will be online, and she is not present today, unfortunately could not make it.
Is your online person a contracted person or an employee?
She's contract.
Okay, that's what you said earlier.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I still have a concern, even though you have a contracted person, you all that's standing at the podium are the leaders of the campus, that you should have a good understanding of all the dynamics of online education as well. How many square feet do you have?
We have 5,000 square feet, and we still have more space where we can expand if we need to. But right now we have about 5,000 square feet.
Okay,
and
thank you.
the place that we have is all built out. It was an empty space, and we built it so that all the students, good air conditioning, can be comfortable.
Okay.
How many classrooms do you have in the 5,000 square feet?
3 classrooms. And we have administrative office, we have a library, we have a waiting area for the students, and we have the lobby.
How many faculty offices do you have?
We have about
Not rooms, offices.
2. And we have a conference for when we're meeting with our staff, the conference room.
Is there an on-site visit as part of the contingency? Mr. Chair, you mentioned 3 times concern. So
There is an on-site scheduled as a contingency.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
you mentioned 3 times that you're concerned.
Yes, I am concerned.
Okay. Would you,
But,
would you like
but
to
my,
make a suggestion then on how?
but my concerns can be eliminated if we do see a full equipment listing and evaluate the equipment listing to see if it meets the needs. Do they have additional purchases scheduled out in the future as the program is growing? Okay, to meet the needs of the students in order to make them successful.
Do you want them to come back then, or would you like them to come back?
This is their second time now.
Second
Yeah.
time?
They've already been here.
They've been here.
Okay.
I would like to, I mean, we could go ahead and approve them, but they need to meet all the contingencies. And I think the one that you put in earlier, Dr. Matos, regarding the clinical sites that are local, I'm a little skeptical on their responses regarding that one. But they won't get their provisional until they get the clinical sites. So,
Right. So I concur with that, sir.
okay,
And, you know, and I will support Mr. Williams with the academic progression, how is published in the catalog, and the procedures, that was not clear either.
okay. I think we have all the contingencies listed. I will entertain a motion.
So moved, sir.
Motion
Second.
by Dr. Matos.
A second.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. Second by Ms. Bradley. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Next school is Lighthouse Christian College, Pensacola.
Mr. Chairman, speaking for the geriatric wing of the commission, might I make a plea for a break? Please.
We could go ahead and take a 20-minute break. Everybody, break till 11:30.
Amen.
It's a long break.
Oh, my God.
Eddie Hill, get ready. Show you my son. Some of his friends called to me doing that.
You don't mind. Do the do. I'll put this up.
Okay, we'll continue on. We're on number 4, Lighthouse Christian College, Pensacola.
And we have ladies at the podium.
Can you please introduce yourself for the record?
Hello, I'm Dr. Joanna Johannes from Lighthouse Christian College. I am also serving as the president.
Okay, welcome.
I'm Marilyn Magallanes, and I'm the project manager for Lighthouse Christian Academy, right? Private Christian.
Sure about that. Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I just ask one simple question? So there's an academy and there's a college?
Yes.
Because, you know, your location looks very pretty for, I mean, it's got the name and everything on it. So can you tell me the relation between the academy and the college?
Yes. Lighthouse Private Christian Academy has been in existence for 17 years, and we have a main administrative office there right now, and then we have campuses across the street, and then we have campuses in Gulf Breeze and Florosa, which are neighboring cities. We are finding that our poor and the vulnerable that are capable of going to college are not having the proper opportunities in our area, so that's what prompted me to do the LCC and continue on to higher education. So that is really the connection to what we're doing. We're under one entity, but we'd like to expand off into the college sector.
So your academy is a K through 12?
Yes, it is.
And you're not doing CTE within the K through 12?
No.
No. So you just want students to finish, and then they apply, and then they go to the college?
Yes, we do
Gotcha.
have dual enrollment classes going right now, and the ones that are capable of doing dual enrollment, we sometimes see that they don't continue into college, and we want to try to ensure that that happens for the students in our community.
So do you have a college-bound track in your academy?
Yes, we do. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So are students going to be able to take college? Are you thinking of building an articulation agreement with the school so that they can take college credit?
We have
You
articulation.
haven't thought about that, or I'm giving you, I don't have.
Well, we
whatever.
have articulation agreements with Southeastern University and with Pensacola State where they can take college courses through our professors, there. And they just started online, so they are doing that as well. But as far as expanding out to the college, we're going to have our main building that you saw in those pictures as like a site where they can come and get tutored or get help. And but the full delivery for the college is going to be online.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense now with your program application. Okay. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just had a comment, if I may.
Go ahead, Ms. Bradley.
As I was reading your material, I love your building, very pretty.
Oh, thank you.
But I was impressed with the name of your Career Services Office, the Office for Calling and Career. Very,
Yes.
very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's all I had.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
A motion by Dr. Mates, second.
Second.
Second by Nancy Bradley. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you,
Congratulations.
ladies, and good luck.
Thank you all so much.
On the rise.
Nursing Assistant Network Association, or, excuse me, Nursing Network Christian School, Lauderhill.
And we do have ladies at the podium.
Thank you, Dr. Kitchen. Ladies, will you please introduce yourselves for the record?
Hello, I'm Dr. Latrina Bates for Nursing Network Christian School.
and she's the Director of Nursing, and I'm Siobhan Jones, outside legal counsel.
Welcome. Commissioners,
I can start.
go ahead, Ms. Bradley.
Good morning, ladies. You were here at the last meeting, I believe?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So forgive me if I ask a question I asked last time.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You are affiliated with a school in New Orleans.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell us, is that a secondary school?
Yes, ma'am.
Is,
The-
go ahead.
It's actually the name that was called first. Sorry. It's the name that was called first, Nursing Assistant Network Association. We're allied health school since 1994. We offer CNA, phlebotomy, EKG, dialysis, medical assistant, and psychiatric technician. And we're located in New Orleans.
Okay, I was confused because I thought I read secondary, not post. It is post-secondary.
It's post-secondary.
So it's a licensed career college, career school.
Yes, ma'am.
In Louisiana.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also have a secondary school, a high school, or a grade school? No?
We do not have a grade school.
You don't have a grade school or high school?
We do not. We assist students with homeschooling, but we don't have a grade school.
Okay, all right. I don't know. I thought I saw the word secondary. All right, that's good. So you have experience. I wanted to ask you about your, in your catalog, on page 13, I found it a little confusing about your gen ed courses, and I think it was entrance requirements.
Yes, ma'am. So all of the general education courses are to be taken at another institution and transferred in. We do not train under the general education courses, only nursing.
All right. And then when do they have to complete their general education requirements?
So according to the catalog and the enrollment agreement, all general education courses have to be completed prior to enrolling.
Prior to enrollment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That is good because there is a place, and I'm sure, there is a place somewhere in this submission where it says they have to be completely accounted for or transferred in prior to graduation.
Yes, ma'am.
So, meaning that conflicts with what you said previously. So they have to be done before they can even start into the core.
Yes.
It's what you just said.
Graduation requirement, and you're saying
It's an entrance, it's almost an entrance requirement.
It is an entrance requirement,
Okay.
and you're saying somewhere in here we put it as a graduation.
It says prior to graduation, like,
can't make it a graduation
like they could be co-enrolled. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. We submitted another we submitted another catalog on the 22nd of April to correct
fix
that
it.
item. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Because I probably asked it last time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. That is all I had at this time.
I do. Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Dr. Matos.
Thank you, sir. Hi.
Hello.
I'm looking at your clinical sites too. So, I'm looking, please explain to me how you came about securing these clinical sites that are 600 miles from your school. And I know that in your catalog you say that, but give me the logistics behind it, because you are in South Florida, Fort Lauderdale.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a lot of facilities between West Palm Beach all the way down to Homestead. I travel that quite often.
Yes, ma'am. So as you stated, the school,
Does yours start with South Florida sites and then continue on to have the New Orleans sites?
So I got the Fort Lauderdale's, I got starts with Sunrise, and then it goes down to High Springs, and then it continues on to Pensacola,
yes, ma'am.
and then it goes to Louisiana.
Yes, ma'am. So, as you stated, the school has made preparations to provide transportation for the students so that that is not a situation that they have to figure out. The clinicals that we do have, we have clinicals in the area, clinical sites in the area, as well as in Pensacola. The rationale for the distancing is because the facility, which is Sacred Heart, as well as an HCA facility, those facilities cover the entire range of the program. So every rotation will be able to utilize those facilities. At the last meeting, I believe Ms. Bradley asked me a question, and I mentioned to her that when we started, it was at the beginning of COVID, and so we had to get facilities that were farther away, but things are opening up now. So now at this point, we have rotations for every area in the program. We have some that are close as well as some that are further away.
So can I ask you let me see, when did you secure these? Because obviously there's letters of intent right now because you haven't opened the school.
Yes, ma'am.
Makes sense. So how far back do those letters of intent are dated?
Okay, so it depends. So the ones that are closer in, those were just secured around January of this year. So where we have childbirth options, also the mental health outpatient facility, also the Power of B clinic, those were secured between January and March of this year. I don't have an approximate date.
How far are those from the school?
It is 30 miles.
I'm sorry?
So the one in Sunrise is no more than approximately 30 miles.
Excellent. So you're making progress getting facilities a little bit closer.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. So I think what I'm going to do then, because you're making such a great effort to get to to update your clinical affiliation agreements, and obviously you know that the distance may affect your retention, it may affect your outcomes, and you want to make sure that your outcomes are like spot clean by the time that they sit for the NCLEX exam.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask you then to submit, like within probably 90 days, you should be able to continue negotiating then an updated clinical affiliation agreement, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about your faculty? Tell me about your faculty.
Okay, so of course, we have myself.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair wants to speak. Yeah. Mr. Chair?
Dr. Montes, you have specific questions about the faculty, or is this an open-ended question?
No, I just wanted to know because I'm trying to ask if the faculty also was secured prior, or is it recent commitments that you have received from the faculty? That's all, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So can you expand on that, please?
So yes, ma'am, of course, I will be teaching as well. My mother, Jacqueline Marshall, she'll be teaching. She has over 30, she's been a registered nurse since 1980. Deborah Gray, who's a nurse practitioner, she's been a registered nurse since about 1980 as well. And then we have Ginger Sanders. So all of those instructors, they're qualified in the specific area of nursing.
Right.
And they're still committing to teaching with us. As enrollment, as it increases, when the need arises, we'll hire more instructors.
Okay, so right now you have on your roster 3 faculty members, including you.
4.
4. And you're going to also be running the school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're going to discover that it's going to be a little difficult unless you want to take care of the fundamentals of the capstone for the course. So, and you know, in the listing of all of the courses is quite extended. I know that you're not requiring Jeanette's. Jeanette's is going to be part of your admissions process. They need to bring in the courses already, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, to be safe, please resubmit then an outline of your faculty, not including you. But if you are there, just pick, you know, either at the beginning or at the end of the program. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Dr. Mata, is there any further discussion? Chair will entertain a motion.
Move to accept staff recommendation with contingencies listed.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Mato, second by Ms. Bradley. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next school is Pan American University, Miami.
And we do have guests.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jorge Carrillo. I'm the Executive Director of Pan American University.
My name is Sergio Mendez, Director.
Vicky Di Coloredo Mills, Compliance and Administration.
Good morning, Marisabel Nájera, President, Pan American University.
Can you please give us an overview of your university and also include if you're part of another university outside the United States?
Yes, well, basically, we are an online university aimed towards a particular market, the working adults market. We are pretending to have about 3 programs, undergrad programs approved, and 3 master's programs approved in the area of business. We have our stakeholder, most important stakeholder is a business school based in Guatemala City, it's Pan American Business School, which has been in operation for the last 22 years. It's very well known, and we do have an operating agreement, but we're going to operate independently. The relationship that we have is mostly in the area of shareholding. They're going to be shareholders, but in operations we'll be completely independent.
And are you related to that operation in Guatemala?
Sorry, ma'am?
Are any of you related to that operation in Guatemala?
Yes. Maria Isabel, she is as well the president of Pan American Business School, and Sergio's the chief executive officer as well.
And what are going to be their roles here in the United States?
They're going to be overseeing our work here in launching the school. Basically, he's going to oversee the academic operations only in a supervisory way, and basically, Marisabel was going to be the president, basically in charge of supervising compliance and finance. But we will be mostly in a really executive role, more in a only, I would say, overseeing supervisor role.
Okay. Who is going to come to work to the office?
It's going to be myself and Vicky, and we have a few other staff members.
Like who?
We have a person who's in charge of everything related to registration. And we are as well in the process of recruiting some marketing officers and admissions officers. But at the beginning, we are only two, like physically, and as we ramp up operations, we're going to start recruiting quite a lot of staff to support our operations.
Mr. Shirk, may I continue to ask a couple of more questions, sir?
Oh, please do.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, where is your faculty?
Well, our faculty, we have faculty based in the United States, and bases, I will say that's about 17 faculty has 14 faculty has US degrees, and they're based in the United States, and a few are based abroad, but mostly are based here in the United States.
Okay, when you say based in the United States, what does that mean?
It means that they either live here in Florida, or they live in California, or in New York. They have some sort of residence here.
Who will they be reporting to?
To me, directly.
So you will be providing them with the orientation as faculty members?
Yes, absolutely. That will be my role, and actually most of them already have been lectured here in the United States.
So what is your official title at the institution then?
I'm the executive director, and as well, I'm in charge of all the academics. Academic director, yeah.
Okay. So you're also going to be the one monitoring retention?
Yes, in coordination with the person in charge of student services.
So will student services then also be taking care of academic progress of the student?
No, that will be mostly academics, the dean and the academic director, which is gonna be
Academic
me.
director in Guatemala?
No, here, everything is here.
Okay.
There's gonna be no operations in Guatemala whatsoever. We're gonna be 100% independent.
Who is managing your LMS?
We're gonna be managing the elements here locally.
So who is the person then in charge of distance ed?
Me, myself. I'm in charge of, in terms of the content, in terms of the system.
Managing distance education. You're
Myself.
going to be an
I will
online school.
Yes, I am.
You're going to be doing a lot of things.
Well, it's a ramp up. So at the beginning, yes, as we have more students, we're going to be able to delegate a little bit more responsibility, but yes.
But does Guatemala also offer online education?
Yes, they do.
Are you going to be sharing then the same LMS?
No, well, we're going to use the same, but we're going to have separate licenses,
Okay.
which is Canvas.
And your do you have a student management system?
Yes, we do.
Is it in Guatemala or here?
Here, everything is here. It's already contracted.
Contracted with whom?
Class A 360,
Mr.
right?
Chair, all yours.
Who's your student management contracted with?
Sorry?
Who do you have your student management software with?
Clase 360.
Yeah, the software that we're using for the student information system is Clase 365. We've already contracted with them.
Okay. And you are offering masters and doctorates, is that correct?
Only masters and undergraduate programs.
Okay. As a contingency, you need to get back with Learn and increase your library contract with them, because what you have with them is somewhat limited.
Understood.
Okay.
We're taking note of that.
Also, who can hire you and who can fire you?
Marisabel, the president, she can hire me and fire me. However, I'm as well a co-founder, so we'll be hanging around. But less likely won't happen. That's a tough question, though.
Well, and she's with the other group, though, right?
Yeah. Well, she's the main investor in this venture.
And you're totally independent.
Well, that is going to be my role, and it has to be that way. We have had this experience with other universities here where it is clear for the commission that we must remain independent. If you see the actual portfolio, it's quite independent. Not even the faculty is the same, which is going to be like a natural source of synergies. But we want to remain as independent as possible because our main market is not Guatemala or Latin America, it's South Florida, especially working adults, minorities. That's our main market.
How many square feet do you have for your campus?
Sorry again?
Right now, since we're an online school, we're opening with 944 square feet.
944 square feet.
Very little.
Mr. Crochito, the only reason is we're not going to have a faculty present in the campus, but it has all the requirements stipulated by the CIE. It has a lounge, it has a conference room. If the professors, if we have visiting professors, they will come and they'll have a space, but it's not a typical campus because we're going to be an online school.
By and through the chair.
Go ahead.
I guess, good morning still.
Good morning.
Your operating agreement, let me just make sure here 1 second.
Okay, that's fine.
This is an operating agreement between Pan American University LLC and Pan American Consulting Group SA, right?
Correct.
And Pan American Consulting Group SA is the sole member of this LLC, correct? And they get to pick and choose, according to this operating agreement, how much money they invest or don't invest.
That's correct.
Right? Who are the members of the Pan American Consulting Group?
It's Maria Isabel Nájera and Sergio Méndez.
So just 2 members?
And Diana Nájera, yes, sorry.
And who?
Diana Nájera.
Who's that?
That's another person who's in as well.
Who's not here
Who's
today,
not present,
right?
yes, another shareholder.
Okay. The only reason I ask is you had previously mentioned there'll be other shareholders. Of course, as a LLC.
Well, I'm sorry, yes, that was my mistake, my apologies.
What was the mistake?
That maybe I confused shareholder with members.
But clearly, it is the intent to have other members.
In the future, yes, not now.
All right. So where's the bank account going to be for this school?
Here in Florida.
And who's going to have control over that bank account?
It's going to be myself and the president. Sorry, the president and myself, sorry.
Will Pan American Consulting Group have control over that account?
No.
Or even access to that account?
No.
How are you going to make that happen?
Because it's going to be joint signatures.
Between whom?
Between myself as executive director and the president.
And what input, if any, will Pan American Consulting Group have in the operations, the curriculum? Of the school here?
Well, I guess it could be on an advisory role, as you know, it is, I guess, normal in these relationships. But the intent is really to create an American US-based operation. So we will listen to 20 years of expertise in managing a regional business school, which it has a lot of value, but as well, the decisions will be made based on obviously their advice, but as well based on our expertise in managing U.S.-based business schools. Or
So nobody
universities.
there have any expertise in managing a school in the U.S., correct?
No, it's incorrect. We do have extensive expertise managing schools based in the U.S.
What other school do you have in the U.S.?
Well, I was the executive director of executive education of Florida International University. I was the founder, executive director, and dean of the Adolfo Ibáñez School of Management from Chile. Actually, I was the executive director and dean for almost 4 years. And I was as well the dean of Cesar Vallejo College as well for almost 2 years. And I've been faculty member of the University of Massachusetts and Midwestern State University. And I was able to run several business incubators in the United States. So we have some expertise, and I've been an advisor for the last 3 years of the Faculty of Engineering of University of Miami in the arena of executive education and outreach for Latin America.
So you have a lot of experience in the U.S. Who else has a lot of experience in the U.S.?
I'm a loaned executive to Pan American University. I've been an executive director for Cesar Vallejo College over the last 4 years. And
Executive director of what?
I'm sorry?
Executive director of what?
For Cesar Vallejo College.
Doing what? Running it?
Running it. Slaving over it.
So, you know, what, the reason I ask these questions is if you're coming to Florida and you're saying you want an online program, you know, you say you want to reach minority students here in Florida. There's a crap load of schools sitting behind you that are doing the same thing. What makes you so unique that you need to do this?
Well, as you say, being competitive is not about what you do, but how you do it. The very
What
first.
makes you unique in how you do it?
Sorry again?
What makes you so unique in how you do it?
Well, first of all, we come here to learn. I want just to make sure that even though we have this experience, we always are learning. But based on what we have learned and the mistakes what we made in the past, one of the most important approaches to actually recruit and attract minority-based students is really to connect on a personal level and be sure that our attention and programs and approach to teaching reflects the reality not only of their lives, but what their future could bring. Now, in terms of how, well, first, it's very important that we connect to the community directly. And instead of going and try to convince that we are the best option, we have to first connect. So part of our budget and part of our intentions, and it's actually reflected in the business plan, is we will launch a business incubator for minority women, particularly Hispanic women, for Florida. There are many, many studies that actually states that minority women actually have huge challenges in terms on not only creating new companies, but mostly making them grow and making them profitable. So it's our intent to serve the community, to actually get involved with them, and based on that involvement, start attracting students that will love to experience our programs. We want to work actually with grassroots communities of immigrants, going to their cultural events and being there and actually offer certain, let's say, workshops on innovation at that level, but as well at a corporate level. We have to understand that even though online recruitment is digital. It's quite a high contact sport. You do recruit face to face. You do recruit going and visiting where they work, where they live. So one of the most important things that we actually wanted to do is to connect with the HR executives that mostly employ minority groups in South Florida, connect with them and offer them development programs for their employees at the beginning at no cost. And as we connect, we will be able to actually get that word of mouth and that quality of that reputation. We understand that it's not going to be easy. Maybe it's not as novel, but basically it's certainly a different approach. We don't want to go just on a B2C approach. We want to more a B2B approach towards recruiting new students.
Yeah, placement is a requirement.
Thank you, sir.
It doesn't sound that novel to me, but when you say minority, you really mean Hispanic females.
Yes, but as well as African American females as well.
Okay, you didn't say that though.
Yes.
And I don't see your $112,000 budget included in that.
Actually, if you see that in, maybe it's not reflected in the operating budget, but it's actually an line item, and it is already a pledge that that the president has already approved, and it's going to be the #1 project that we're going to hit the ground running once we get your.
Yeah, but the president doesn't put the money into the program, right?
Yeah. Yes. But this is a very particular, if I may, this is a very particular.
Is that a yes, she puts the money in? Where does the money come from?
Well, the money will come from her own personal funds, and that's going to be injecting as a capital for the school.
I need to see that in the budget. If that's a critical component of this program, that'll be a contingency.
Yes. Absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
Most of the program is already, it's just ready to run. It's just to turn on the key and that's it.
Who helped you develop these programs?
Well, that's a very interesting question because, well, first of all, we actually went through a very thorough market research. We interviewed several local CEOs, many startup entrepreneurs and academics, and we put together these programs in some sort of council of experts where we kind of combine what is needed now and what will be needed in the future. What is trending, what is needed from employers, and as well comparing not only what the other institutions are actually offering, but what are not offering that could be considered a particular opportunity or gap, okay? For instance, I'm just give you an example. Artificial intelligence, most likely you will agree that it might be the most dominant and important technology in the next 10 years. We are making AI a mandatory course for our business students. You won't have that or find that as popular. Well, actually, I haven't found an artificial intelligence course mandatory for business students. So all these little things that will actually lead us to be both relevant for the market and as well rigorous. As Dr. Matos stated, that sweet spot.
Does the other university offer these same programs?
Well, yeah, I mean, certainly there are many other universities that offer the same programs, especially undergrad.
The one that you're connected with.
Not the same programs, no. There are some similarities, but not the same.
Some similarities.
Yes.
Who's going to be doing your accounting?
It will be Alvarez and Mendoza, Domingo
I'm talking
Alvarez.
about, I'm talking about day-to-day accounting, not your CPA.
No, Domingo. Domingo will be him. It will be him.
He's gonna do your day-to-day accounting?
Oh, well, not daily clerk, no. Bookkeeping. She's going to be the bookkeeper at the beginning. Yeah. She's in
And
charge of administration. But certainly, that's a very good point, sir.
who's going to produce monthly financial statements for you?
Domingo.
Internal.
It will be
statement.
Domingo Alvarez.
And the bookkeeping will be done with QuickBooks.
Yeah.
Not by paper
Yeah.
and pen.
QuickBooks
And
Domingo
then-
will-
I know Mr. Williams asked you about your bank account. Will those funds stay in the United States?
Yes.
Or,
No plans for repatriation of funds whatsoever. We will develop, we want to make this university grow.
okay, and I think this was asked before, but you're not going to recruit outside the United States?
Yes, we will, but our focus will be definitely South Florida. We need some outside help to get financially sound until we reach the break even that we need, that we plan in about 24 months or so, 23 months actually.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes, please.
So your business simulator comes from Panamericana, Guatemala. They have it there as well. Are you borrowing the concept from them?
The business one?
The business simulator that you talked about
Oh, no,
before.
it doesn't, it's completely different.
How can it be different? I mean,
Because
you're nurturing future.
It's an actual software that is based here in the United States. They have it's called Proyecto de Campo, which is not a simulator, which is really
But the concept, it doesn't matter. The concept comes from there, correct?
Well, not necessarily, because the business simulator is really something that is quite pervasive in business schools. So
Okay.
I cannot say, no, I wouldn't say that
It's okay. It's all right. Right.
It's from them.
Mr. Chairman, pardon,
Dr. Kitchens?
you mentioned earlier, I think, and pardon the voice,
Wrong, sir.
I swallowed an armadillo. You mentioned an incubator.
Yes, incubator, yes.
I've dealt with several incubators.
Me too.
Unfortunately, many only go so far as to let the chicken get out of the egg. And they create a dependency level of individual and do not create a ladder whereby these people can grow in their profession. Do you have a plan whereby these people will have a ladder of success that they can be prepared for a job market rather than being kind of caught in a quagmire of semi-prepared individuals once they get out of a dependency level? I've seen too many who just prepare them well enough to be good food for the next incubator program that comes along.
Mr. Vice Chair, thank you for that question. It's extremely relevant. The reality is that most of the projects that actually graduate from incubators do fail, and that's the reality. And I've had the chance to start 5 of those and did quite research. Why this incubator is different? 4 reasons. The first reason is that we are going to accept only between 8 and 10 projects, no more than that. So we can actually create, and this is the second difference, a customized incubation process. One of the problems with incubators is that it's just have a model, and no matter what you do, no matter your personality, your training gaps, or whatever product you make, you go ahead and you have to comply with whatever we can offer you. No, it's completely the opposite. We're actually going to use our advisory board, our faculty, and our resources to actually generate an incubation plan that is going to be customized. That's the second. The third, the time. You're going to be here with us only 6 months, and then you're out of here. That's it. Fourth, very important, what matters is not that you start a company, what matters is you make it grow. So a particular aspect of the actual graduation is to have a clear growth trajectory. And fifth, it's all about 90%, sir, as you know, it's about funding. So from day one, we're going to start working, getting access to maybe angel investors or funds that actually could finance their growth in the short term.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair, I have a quick question.
Go ahead, Ms. Mulhern.
Thank you. You mentioned that all of your academic programs we know that they're 100% online.
Yes.
You also had mentioned that they'll be delivered in either English or Spanish.
That's correct.
So how are you going to manage that, and how are the students going to be prepared for the job market to apply for jobs that are English speaking versus Spanish speaking?
Well, we are offering a couple of courses in English now, which is going to help them to perfect their English. There are a lot of students that actually are working adults that do not speak fluent English. So as we move on, as they progress their career, we're going to start changing our courses from 100% Spanish to maybe 20% English, then 50% English. So at the end, they might be able to as well take courses not of English, but in English. So that's, yes.
I see. So you're starting out everyone in Spanish-speaking classes,
Yes.
and then with that, you're teaching English.
Yes, yes.
And then you have a graduated plan towards graduation.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
Or integrating the
Yeah,
English
that's correct,
speaking.
ma'am.
Okay, I like that. That's good. So then, at the end of each program, when the student graduates, then they will all be speaking English.
Yeah, we're aiming towards an intermediate TOEFL level, intermediate, which I think it's good enough for most of the jobs in the United States.
Okay, interesting. Okay, thank you.
We are
Did you say that
US school, so.
Did you say you are teaching students now?
No, whatsoever. No, we're not.
Not even in English or Spanish?
No.
What's so funny?
We're in the process of being incubated right now with you. Yeah.
You know, I just need to make a general comment. There isn't anything wrong. There isn't anything wrong to share that there is a relationship and you come from somewhere. You come from somewhere.
That's correct.
Okay. And that somewhere is your institution in Guatemala.
That's correct, ma'am.
And that relationship, whether you say that it isn't, it's still going to exist. You have two individuals here that are part of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm just saying that. There's nothing wrong with saying that. What is wrong is when you, in a way, you want to not be a part of it, which, you know, in some cases with your answers, it's kind of like sounding that way. And I'm saying to you, there's nothing wrong with being proud of where you come from and how you came to be where you are today. Just don't disguise it. You know, just be honest and say, this is the way that it's going to work, and it's okay. We'll understand it better.
Yes, it was not my intent, but you're 100% right.
It's okay.
Dr. Matos.
Okay, and I assume that we'll do an on-site visit, Mr. Ferguson?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, could I just add something? And I'll be quick. I just wanted to follow up on what you were just saying about the English and Spanish.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you teaching courses in English?
We're planning to do that, but at the end of the actual curricula.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking is if your prospective students all live in the United States, in South Florida, they already speak English.
Oh, well, we can assume that, but there is a particular segment that might not speak as fluent as they should.
So what if I went to enroll in your school? I don't speak Spanish. What would, could I enroll in a class?
I mean, at the beginning, we might not be able to offer you a class, but we will make sure that we accumulate a certain amount of students so that if they are English speaking, we will try to get a group so we can open a cohort. Yeah.
Well, I just think it's a handicap, because if you're enrolling students from Florida who live in Florida, I would think a lot of them speak
Yes,
English.
I agree with
They
that.
may be bilingual, but, and again, if they're going to be employed in the United States, they must speak English, and probably most of the world too, these
I
days.
agree, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, and then the other clarification I need is, what work is Mr. Mendoza going to be doing for the college?
He's going to be our, he's going to be producing the financial statements of the school on a monthly basis.
Okay, so he's contracting with the school in that way?
Well, we will start a contract with him.
Okay.
He has been in charge of preparing all the compilation of our financials that have been submitted to you, and we have.
Okay, so if he's doing your work internally, then he cannot be your third-party CPA when you do your yearly financials for us. It
Okay,
has to be
thank you.
independent. So whichever role he takes, it cannot be both.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
Noted. Duly noted.
So can I add something else? Piggyback on you, Ms. Bradley. So many of the questions that we have asked you in regards to how you're going to deliver courses, especially in different languages, including foundational English courses, is not in the catalog.
Okay.
So
Updated.
at this point, quite honestly, I feel a little bit uncomfortable because I'm not sure exactly how you're going to delivering programs.
In terms
So-
of language?
I don't know, because
Spanish, ma'am.
you're explaining it and we don't have that information.
It-
So if that's something that you had from the very beginning and it's in yours, and it is in your business plan and it's in your strategic plan, it is in your academic plan, wearing as many hats as you're wearing right now, one important aspect of it all is that it's not in your enrollment agreement, whether the student will choose to and how the process is going to be. As far as the assessment, it's not there, and as far as the delivery, it's not there either.
Well,
So-
I have a comment, Dr. Matos.
Yes, Vicky, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
It may not be as clear, which we can update the catalog, but obviously the students that are going to be enrolling at Pan American University, it's a concerted effort in admissions as to what we're targeting. So for us, we are targeting the Hispanic community, and we're also targeting the thousands of Latin American headquarters that currently reside in South Florida that have Spanish-speaking C-suites or senior management.
Totally get you,
So-
Vicky,
Mhm.
but that's not the way that I explained.
Mm-hmm.
One explanation and one answer was about English. Another explanation was actually language scaffolding, starting with one and then finishing up with the other one. That's not in the catalog. I beg to differ.
Yeah,
So
no, you're absolutely
respectfully,
right.
I beg to differ.
Mhm.
So how can I say it, Nancy? Help me out here. It's
You're on the fence?
kind of, yeah. I'm a little confused, put it that way. I'm not, I don't know, I know that you're very passionate, I can feel it. I know exactly what you want to do. I mean, I've known Vicky, I've seen you before. I understand your purposes, right? But as far as the formation, of your actually core as an institution, I think that you're still a little bit unsure about that. And in my opinion, I'm sensing it. Okay?
What is your advice so we can actually make you more comfortable, Dr. Matos?
Oh, I cannot, it would take me probably 20 minutes here, and I don't
Okay,
think
I'm
that
sorry.
Mr. Chair is going to want me to
Sorry,
do that.
We're willing to actually make the amends and make sure that it's
And
quite clear.
honestly, that's not the job of the commission.
Sure,
That's something that
absolutely.
you need to have had identified prior to submitting your application, sir.
Yes, I would just add, oh, sorry, Mr. Vice Chair.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I don't know if I've heard right that we have been talking about taught in Spanish, taught in English. When your catalog says all academic programs are offered 100% online and delivered in either English
Yes.
or Spanish.
Maybe my problem is that the sequence of targeting our admissions. We want to first target our Spanish-speaking students, and as they go along, try to make them a little bit more comfortable with the English. We have 2 English courses, for instance. As we move on, we can actually as well target in our admissions English-speaking students. Now, if they come and they want English, I think it's our duty to find a way to deliver our programs in English because it's a service. So we will try to find a way to do it. We have to manage the finances as well because we think that since our origins are Hispanic, we will actually be able to track a little bit more, culturally, I would say, aligned students from Hispanic community that will feel more comfortable with us. But I guess it's a matter of staging.
Yes, sir. And I appreciate that, but that's not what your catalog says.
Yes. Okay, sir.
And that seems to be an issue here. Ms. Bradley asked a question about being an English-speaking student, and you kind of did not give a clear answer on that. Dr. Matos asked similar questions. Dr. Kitchen just asked, a question based on your catalog, and there's a lot of items not clear. What happens if somebody starts in Spanish and they don't get and they're not proficient in English enough to transfer over?
Well, the intent of the school is to set up operations in English and Spanish. What I meant by my comments
Not what you said earlier.
My apologies if I didn't come as clear.
My recommendation to the commissioners is that we do a site visit, give them the opportunity to clean up their catalog and also what their intentions are, where it's crystal clear, not only to us, but most of all to the prospective students. And I would ask council to ask them if they want to waive their 90 days.
Sir, you have a right to a decision today on your application under statute. However, you also have the right to waive that right, waive the 90 days, and come back, address some of the concerns that the commission...
we waive 90 days. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, we're still trying very hard to finish this first section, but it's 12:28, and we're at the mercy of the hotel for lunch. So we're going to go ahead and break until 1:35.
I love this.
Yeah.
Mr. Cressida, are you
Doctor-
here?
Can you see me?
I see you. You see me?
I see you.
Let's do it.
Let's get going here. Okay, we're on number 7, Radex Institute Plantation.
And we have guests at the platform.
Can you please introduce yourselves for the record, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Maha Mubashir, CEO, President, and Director of Education, Radix Institute, Plantation, Florida.
Good
Welcome.
afternoon, Asma Abu Staite, School Director, Radix Institute.
Welcome.
Tatiana Tuchinsky, EDU Compliance Strategist, Education Regulatory Consultant.
Welcome.
Hello, Domingo Alvarez with Alvarez and Mendoza, Certified Public Accountants, and we prepared the institution's compilations.
Somebody needs to check his driver's license and make sure he's really Domingo Alvarez. Okay, commissioners?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a minor item. Just need you to clarify your attendance for the online modality. Just make sure that we have a record of that, and just ensure that your students and faculty are clear of what that commitment is up front. It'll save you a lot of headaches along the way.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So the attendance for our school is going to be through, the entire school is going to be synchronous, but we have a live sessions that the instructor will take attendance every time. Zoom camera has to be on. They will take the attendance with the entire students to identify them. Through models.
LMS, all the attendance will be, all the online tutoring will be through Moodle. The attendance will be taken through Moodle. The live sessions will be through Moodle also.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Just a quick question. Hi, how are you?
Hi.
So who is your targeted audience in these, for these certificate programs?
The
Or, I'm
audience-
sorry, postgraduate certificates?
So we're going to enroll students. They have a bachelor degree, master degree. Some students, they actually have PhDs in life science, such as pharmacy, pharmaceutical science, chemistry, biochemistry, biotechnology. They are interesting to take the regulatory affair for pharmaceutical science.
Okay. So do they have to take two of them? Are both of them required, or can they be taken separately? Is it one has to be taken and then, I mean, explain it to me, please.
The regulatory affair for pharmaceutical industry. So we prepare our students and educate them to do the training and be qualified to take a job as a regulatory affair in pharmaceutical
Oh, I get
industry
it.
field.
Okay, now I got it. Now I got it. Okay. Thank you for that, clarifying. Okay. And now I understand the curriculum. Okay.
May I, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay,
Ms.
thank you.
Bradley.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, now I get it.
Where will the graduates be working?
Okay, the graduate students, after taking this certificate, will be introduced to many fields in regulatory affairs that they can work in. The drug companies, biologic companies, medical devices, cosmetic companies, they can work as submission specialists or quality RA or post-approval RA, pharmacovigilance department, medical devices department. So they have a lot of they have a lot of fields that they can work after this certificate.
And where else are there any other programs like this locally or?
In Florida, no.
Okay. You almost said that together.
Okay.
In unison. So where else could I find a program
There's Washington University, there's Northeastern University, University of Maryland, University of Southern California.
So there are other programs.
Yes.
Just few.
Few, but
Very
they are
few.
not comprehensive as our program.
Okay. I heard you say about the entry requirements and the level of education needed to come in. Must it be in a science? Could a business, like a business major or an education major? No?
No,
that
they
won't work?
can't. No, they can't. Because there is like terms and topics that need to have some scientific knowledge about drugs manufacturing that they.
Yeah, it's specifically for pharmaceutical science.
Okay, okay. All right. And are you recruiting internationally?
No. We're just in
For
Florida.
now, for Florida, maybe later in the future, we're looking to grow, but we will start slow, get enroll where we get approved, so,
Okay.
in Florida.
And this is 100% online?
Yes,
Okay. And your classes are taught in English?
yes.
Any bilingual
No.
courses? No. Okay, thank you very much.
Do you have any agreements right now with any pharmaceutical companies?
For recruiting?
Yes.
For enrolling?
Yeah.
No, not,
No,
no,
no.
no.
I don't have any further questions, Mr. Chair.
The chair will entertain a motion.
So
Move
moved,
to
sir.
accept.
Have a
I'll second
motion by
Lynn.
Ms. Mulheren, second by Dr. Matos. Is there any additional further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Good
Thank
luck.
you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, good luck.
Thank you.
Next institution is South Dade University, Doral.
And we do have guests coming to the podium.
The binders, they brought the binders.
Good afternoon. My name is Iris Salinas, and I'm the Administrative Director of South Dade University.
Maria Puig, Admissions.
Bruno Berlanga, Marketing.
Welcome. Commissioners?
Yes, Mr. Chair, excuse me. I was not eating armadillos, but I must have been eating frogs.
It's an acquired taste.
So you are teaching in Spanish?
No.
And you're not?
Both English and Spanish.
English and Spanish. Okay, so how is that going to work? And how are you preparing your graduates for jobs with that?
We will have classes specifically, the student will be able to choose if he or she wants to take the class in English or Spanish. The faculty, we have bilingual faculty. And as far as preparing them for the job force, we plan on getting them internships. That's, in my experience, that is a proven method to.
I meant in terms of, graduating as an English-speaking graduate for
Get it.
English-speaking job.
We do offer also an English program that they'll be able to, for those who don't speak any English or they're not at a competitive level, we'll have English courses, and the goal is to get them up to speed by the time they graduate with their English.
So, okay. So this is, I don't know if you heard us talking to the other school previously, but yeah, I don't see that outlined in your curriculum, so how is it going to be, if you, are your instructors, because you have instructors who are bilingual, are they, is there going to be one class that's an English-speaking class track and then a Spanish-speaking track?
Correct.
Okay.
And they'll also have the opportunity or the option to pursue their bilingual skills. So those that don't speak English or are not proficient will have the opportunity to acquire that.
So they will have an option to take English courses in their Spanish track?
Correct.
Okay. And then, so if they graduate on the Spanish track, are you measuring their English capabilities before they go through the career placement process to get a job?
The English program is in levels, so as they advance to the next level, it's because they've acquired the necessary knowledge to do so.
Okay, so I think, yeah, I'm not sure if that's included in your curriculum here that we see.
There's a program.
There is, okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. I'm just looking for that, those tracks, but thank you. If someone else wants to ask a question while I do a
Oh, I
little more
do.
research.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, how are you? Can you share with us your relationship with Domingo Savio Private University?
And sure, Ms. Matos.
From the very beginning, tell us a story. Too short, though, not too long.
Right. I work for the owner of Domingo Savio. I've worked with him for
Where is university again?
Bolivia.
Okay.
I've worked for him here in Miami for 12 years.
In what capacity, if I may ask?
Sure, we're in the real estate business. So we're both real estate investors. I'm his advisor. And his main business in Bolivia is education. He has 13 universities in Bolivia. He's been in the business for over 20 years. And just recently, I've seen the opportunity or the need for a certain population in South Florida, and it was my idea to join efforts and open up a university or an educational institution here in South Florida.
Uh-huh.
And that's what we are doing. That's the extent of the relationship. Our operation is not contingent upon their operations in Bolivia in terms of collaboration.
Who's the president of the company?
Here, his daughter, Norma Pacheco.
And does Norma sit on the board in Bolivia?
Yes.
In what capacity? Is she a member or an officer of the board?
She is the vice president.
Oh, the vice president?
Mr. Pacheco is the president, and she is the vice president.
Of the company, of the holding company in Bolivia?
Correct.
Okay. So, and how many schools they have over there?
13 universities. They also have technical institutes and also grade schools.
Okay. And how, and what kind of research did you do to decide that we need to open another institution that is virtual in South Florida?
We do have, our model is not 100% virtual. The students will be able to come into the classroom. And
So can I pause you for a moment, if I may?
Sure.
How many square feet then do you have right now identified for the school? Or, I'm sorry, for the entity, I should not be calling it school,
Right.
the entity.
Right now, we have 3,000 square feet, and we are in the process of certifying another 2,000 square feet. And we've also acquired a plot of land to build an infrastructure for a bigger
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. You may continue.
Because of the nature of my job, I deal quite a bit with new immigrants and their kids, their children, and I see that they don't know the means how to be absorbed in the educational arena, so to speak, and also they come at their knowledge base is not strong. So these people would more than likely get lost in the system and won't acquire an education and will always be labor workers.
Mm-hmm.
And the mainstream institutions that we have do not cater to that population.
In your opinion, based on your data collection, how many entities of post-secondary education are in a 50-mile radius from Doral where you want to be?
We have about 13.
And how many of those offer the same programs that you do?
About, I'd say, Maria, about three or four. Most of them are online only.
Uh-huh. Okay. And again, so you are going to be using you have a blended model, correct?
Correct.
You said?
Yes.
Okay. And what percentage of your courses are going to be online? And what percentage of your courses are going to be face-to-face?
Currently, we have capacity to do 50% present and 50% online.
And what learning management system or learning management?
Moodle.
Moodle? Which version of Moodle?
I don't know that technical details.
Are you planning on pre-recording lectures, or is it going to be live lectures? How is that going to be?
Live lectures.
Live lectures. Okay. Let me stop there for a moment because I'm sure that my colleagues have a couple of questions as well, and then I can just come back, okay?
Sure.
Anyone else?
I'll go.
Go.
So what is the relationship between Domingo Savio Private University and South Dade University?
Like I said, we share, I guess, the principal investor.
Okay. On what you submitted, you wrote, both are independent institutions, although they share owners. The relationship between UPDS and SDU is strictly one of academic exchange, student exchange, research development, and technological exchange. Okay, remember you said they're two independent institutions. And then in the next section under Exhibit 4, which is the cooperative agreement, there's a whole listing of things, academic and educational cooperation. Each party agreed to develop the following collaborative activities in the areas of mutual interest: exchange of administrative staff, carrying out collaborative research projects, the organization conferences and symposiums, exchange of information and academic materials, promotion of collaboration in fields of mutual interest, promotion of other forms of academic cooperation and mutually agreed. And it goes on and on and on. So how can you be independent, two independent institutions?
We don't depend on the institution in Bolivia for operations here. We might have collaboration as we may have with with other unrelated, so to speak, entities, but we don't depend on them to operate.
In here it says exchange of administrative staff.
That is not accurate because we have all of our support here in-house.
So this is what you submitted.
Isn't the president, the boards are related, Mr. Cressida? Sorry.
Yes, I know. Very much aware, but they start off saying they're two independent institutions. But then when you read on, they're intertwined together. Where are your faculty going to be located?
In Florida.
Will you be using any faculty from Domingo Savio Private University?
No.
So all of your faculty needs to be fluent in Spanish in order to teach. Where is that faculty
No.
going to be?
No, they don't need to be fluent in Spanish. Those that speak Spanish may teach courses in Spanish, but it's not a requirement for them. I mean, we have English-speaking staff as well as bilingual staff or faculty.
Well, you said that you're going to be offering programs in Spanish.
Right, so we do have some that are bilingual, but not all of them are required to be bilingual. The staff.
Okay,
the faculty.
and then it also states in here, in the event that SDU ceases operation, students are guaranteed the continuity of their studies at UPUS.
Right, that's a contingency plan if we were to be unable to sustain the operation, which we hope is not the case. We are prepared for that not to be the case. But if that were to happen, then we have them as a contingency for our students.
Will you be where will you be recruiting students from?
It's South Florida, South Dade, Homestead, the Hialeah area, Midtown, Miami.
So if anybody at the other school in Bolivia, if they want an American degree, can they transfer to South Dade University?
They may, they could, of course, yes.
And the university in Bolivia does not have, does it offer online courses?
They are,
They don't offer online?
they don't offer.
So a student from Bolivia can graduate from the university and then apply for admission and then continue on with their education here?
They could come for master's programs, sure.
Sure.
I have to make something clear. They didn't offer online after the pandemic. They had to adapt, but their business model is
Okay. Mr. Gosito, can I ask a couple of more questions? How did you determine your menu of programs? I mean, they're similar to the programs that are offered in Bolivia, some of them.
It's business related, so they're very
No, medical, administrative, billing, and coding is not business
That's
related.
the only one because that's very strong here in South Florida. But other than that, the majority are just the classic business programs, marketing, management.
And the curriculum comes from where?
The Dean of Instruction, she has, her credentials are in curriculum.
And where is she?
She's in Texas.
She lives in Texas?
She lives in Texas.
Did they submit an organizational chart for the school? Is there an organizational chart?
Yes, but I don't have access to it right now.
Okay. So let me go back to the programs. So you stated earlier that students would actually take courses in English.
They may choose between English and Spanish, yes.
Okay. I did see in the catalog that you have a non-diploma ESOL course. So tell me, how does that work? Because it's not in the menu of programs that are listed for approval by CIE.
Everything was submitted So we are unsure why it's not there, but it's not credit courses. They're
Well,
specific.
then explain to me, it's what, the intent of having that in the catalog, why don't you answer that question first?
That would fall under continuing education.
Okay, but you call it a non-degree program. So continuing ed, it's usually identified as continuing ed. Courses are, you specify it in the catalog, so in your own words, you're the executive director, correct?
Right.
Okay. So tell me, if you may, because I assume that you're going to be managing the operations, correct? Okay, tell me, how is this going to work?
That would work just as a continuing ed course. There is a schedule. They come to class. That's not online. It'll be in presence. And like I said before, they advance in levels.
What do they get when they finish this non-degree program in ESOL? What do they get? What does the student get?
Just a diploma. No certification. Just
a diploma that states what?
That they are proficient in English.
Okay, because right here in your catalog, you have non-degree diploma in ESOL, 36 credit hours, estimated completion time 24 months. Because, usually diplomas are not degree granting anyway.
Right, but
I'm confused.
36 would be in time that they need to attend.
I'm reading from your catalog.
Right,
ma'am.
in time that they need to attend to complete that program, it would be 36. The equivalent to 36 credit hours.
So
That's the time.
if I want to learn English and I want to come to your school, can I just sign up for ESOL?
Right, absolutely.
And so you can sign me up for that?
Yes.
Okay.
That is not part of the degree, of the degrees.
So is that also in the enrollment agreement? I didn't see it. So what would I sign to start my course in ESOL? And how does that interlink or align with the degree programs that you are seeking approval for today?
Okay, the English program is independent from the degree programs. We offer English for the non-English speakers. They can do both simultaneously. The English classes would be held like early in the morning or Saturdays, would not overlap with the credit courses.
Mm-hmm.
The idea is that the student can do both at the same time. It's also available for non-degree seeking students.
Okay, so you would sign me up if I were to come to a degree program and I cannot speak English, you would sign me up for ESOL and then for that concurrently?
Right. The way we envision that is that people that just or also want to learn English, they would take the English classes at a different time than the credit classes.
Right.
Right.
So I'm just here, I need some advice here because we have a program in the catalog that is not listed. It's part of a program. It's not fully outlined in the catalog, but still students can come and take ESOL. So I need the support here from my fellow commissioners to make some sense of it.
I believe that program needs to be licensed.
Yes.
It's as a non-degree program. So it has 36 credit hours that she already stated. I mean, that has to be a program that needs to be licensed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I'm going to raise a similar concern earlier. There are processes that are not clearly outlined that are going to affect, not only the entrance requirements for each one of the programs, but also the progression of the student, if they're going to be concurrent, and as far as I'm concerned, it's not quite clear.
You mean for the ESOL?
Exactly what she explained.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we made a determination on the ESOL and what needs to happen there. So let's put that as a contingency.
But further than that, Mr. Chair, it's just the entire process. It's not clear, and it's not.
Oh, no, I'm agreeing with you, Dr. Matos,
Oh, okay.
1,000. So, and it's not clear either where they say they're independent, but they're not independent.
Correct.
Right.
So may I voice my concern that I'm just not
Yes.
comfortable?
Go ahead.
I said, may I voice my concern that I'm not comfortable with, perhaps we can work with the institution and they can work with staff and we can get some more clarity, perhaps an on-site visit prior to.
We could do the same thing as we did with the previous school, do an on-site and have them waive their 90 days.
I will be comfortable with that.
Ma'am, you have a right to a decision on your application today as is, but as you can tell, the commissioners have some concerns. You also have the right to waive your right to a decision and come back in at the next meeting or within 90 days. I cannot advise you which one to take, but if you would like to waive your right to a decision today on the application as is, I need you to state so for the record.
I waive my right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The Continent State University, Orlando.
And we do have a guest at the podium.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dr. Ricky Madison, CEO of the Continental States University.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to start if I may.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Bradley.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
sir.
ma'am.
Okay, I know that you appeared before us, November, maybe?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And whether, like I said earlier today, if I asked you the same questions,
Sure.
forgive me. Tell us about what you are proposing to do at your school. Your programs and how how you enroll students. So you have 3 master's programs.
Yes, ma'am.
And so tell us about the whole becoming a student at your school. What happens?
So we are a graduate school. We do require that all of our students must hold a bachelor degree from an accredited institution. The process to enroll those students into our school, it's basically a regular process. They have to present their bachelor degree. They have to submit a proof of identity. And also, if they are a foreign graduate, they must complete a foreign credential evaluation from ECE or WES, like any other schools here in the States. The students will be taking 24 hours, credit hours in our school. This is the beginning. Our goals, we are discussing the options to apply for an accreditation from DEAC. So that's why we started with the 24 credit hours, because DEAC, they do have a different requirements. So we didn't want to really start like 36 credit hours and then DEAC might change the number of credit hours. That's why we did start with the 24 credit hours. So students will be taking those classes on an annual membership basis. So it's a unique and a different model. There's a few other universities in the States, and they are accredited as well. They do deliver the same mission. It's not the same mission, but they do use the same concept. Basically, they go by a monthly membership fees, or they go by a credit fees, which is not like the big schools. They do charge $400 per credit. Some other schools, they are accredited, they do charge like $38 per credit. So we came up with a different model. It's based on an annual membership fees. Those students will enroll, will pay the $1,000 annual membership fees, and they have to complete those courses. The goal behind the university is not to make money. The goal behind the university is to help those students receive an American education.
Okay, I wanted to, and I'm sure the other commissioners have similar questions about this membership.
Yes, ma'am.
As I was reading the documents and so forth, I was wondering about that. So I could get an MBA, 24 credit MBA for $1,000.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. We're not really trying to compete with other big universities, so I would like to clarify the mission. So let me start by this. I served in the U.S. Army for 10 years. When I got out of the military in 2017, I did join the Department of Homeland Security, and then I did realize there's a lot of schools, there's a lot of organizations, they do offer food for free, clothes for free. There's so many stuff for free offered to the communities, and there's a lot of communities, they do need education, but there's no single university in the States does offer that type of education. I don't want to say for free or tuition free, because there's countries they do offer a tuition free education. However, during our gap analysis, which we did with a company, it's called Segament, they are a publicly traded company. During the gap analysis, we did realize there is 3 other universities, one at California-based, they are accredited by DEAC, and there's 2 other universities, one in the state of Utah and the other one in DC. They are doing the same concept. I don't want to say the same mission, because their fees is modeled different from our fees. So one of those schools, they do charge $125 per course. So you take the course, and if you finish the course, you pay $125, and you take the credit for that course. So when you accumulate all of these courses, you would graduate with your MBA. The other school, basically, they charge on a monthly basis, let's say $200 a month. It's called Next for the University. Our model is a little bit different. We do charge the $1,000 just to make the students responsible for this kind of education, because here's the thing, there's a lot of free courses online, like with Coursera, with EDX. A lot of students are taking these courses, and because it's free, they don't really make any responsibility to carry on these courses. So we charge our students the $1,000 to make them feel they're paying the money for school, so they do take the responsibility in order to graduate.
Okay, all right. Are you already operating?
No, ma'am.
Are you already operating?
In Florida, no, ma'am. So the issue was, when we created the website, we had a conversation with Ms. Brooke before we...
Ms. who?
Shana Brooke, I think.
Oh, Sean?
I don't really remember the name.
Yep.
So she did discuss with us that the commission will work with us on reviewing the website, the forms, and we complete everything together. So that point, we did direct our people to create the website. And once we registered the university with Secretary of State, we did put the university address on the website. It wasn't really intentional to advertise the school as a Florida school, but we thought the commission will review the website alongside with the forms that we are submitting. So we had to make everything consistent.
Right. Well, the commission has reviewed your website, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You do have a website that's operating now where you say you are, I don't know what the term is, if it's licensed, authorized, whatever, by another state.
Correct, because this university, not the university, basically the idea of delivering this kind of education was started back in Ohio in 2015, before I get my 3rd deployment. So we created a non-degree granting institution, was approved by Ohio Board of Career Colleges and Schools. We operated that
Ohio what?
Ohio Board of Career Colleges and Schools. It's the second approving agency in Ohio.
I'm familiar with Ohio.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So We did get the license from Ohio Board of Career Colleges and Schools to operate 2 programs in that school. And we ran that school from 2015, and we closed the school in 2019 in good faith with the department, with the board in Ohio.
What about Missouri?
Yes, and then basically we decided to run an online program in order to apply for an accreditation. The problem with the accreditation, it's like a chicken and egg process. Accreditors, they always look into a state license, and the state regulations require the school to be accredited. So this is the problem that we are raised from some states. That's why we did submit an application to the state of Missouri. The application was approved last year. So we had to take that license, the approval letter, and show it to DEAC. Then DEAC says we need to be in operation for 2 years before they can grant us, before they would allow us to initiate the process of an accreditation. Being said, I just moved to Florida, so instead of going to Missouri, we decided to establish the whole picture here in Florida, the whole project in Florida. That's why we did submit, that's why I had the conversation with the commission before, and we had to submit that application in Florida. Once we do, hopefully we do get the license, we basically will pass this to the DAC to make sure if we are in compliance with their requirements.
Well, if you're running an online school and you've already got approval in Missouri, you shouldn't need a Florida license.
Correct.
Because you have a license.
Correct, but if I do live in Florida, then I have to get a location in Florida because we need to operate it from an administrative office. I can't really go back to Missouri. I mean, I can't really go to Missouri because the weather is terrible over there, and I came from Ohio. I have kids, and like, we spent the winter like at the hospital.
Yeah.
So that's why, especially we came from a country similar to the Florida weather, and that's why we're here.
Okay, I wanted to ask Mr. Ferguson, have we talked to Missouri?
I don't think so.
Okay.
And we need to.
We need to talk to Missouri because the website is active,
Yeah, we
says they're
have-
licensed in Missouri. They give a 407 phone number, which is Orlando. You have an office already
Yes,
in
ma'am, we did.
Orlando.
Because that was one of the requirements. Ms. Shelby, she said we need to rent an office and
So-
provide an agreement.
So do you plan, do you plan to relinquish?
I'm sorry?
Do you plan to relinquish then your approval in Missouri so that you can maintain your approval in the state of Florida?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Yeah, that's a conversation.
I'm inclined to, I know we've already, I don't know what we did back in November. If we did,
Denied.
we denied.
Yes.
I think we need to, I would move that we do the same thing. We deny.
I'd like to make that a motion.
I would like to make that a motion.
If you may allow me.
Hold on a second. So I have a motion for denial by Nancy Bradley. Do I have a second?
Yes, but before so what would the grounds be for denial?
Well, he's operating
Okay,
without a license.
all right, I'll second that one.
Okay, now we're in discussion. Sir, did you want to make your comment now?
Sir, so when it comes to an operating, operating, that means we are enrolling students. Operating, we are doing a marketing. Operating mean we are administratively giving classes.
Operating means you have an active website. You are, I mean, I went on it.
Correct.
I was on there yesterday.
Correct, that's right. So.
They've seen me on there, I don't know, but I was on there. And, you know, I asked for an application.
Did you get a response?
The bot said that it would get back to me.
Correct, but did you get a response? No.
Yes, I did, from the bot.
No, did you get the application to enroll? We do not. We don't really send application. If you go to the help section, you will see those who are enrolling in this school at the moment, they must be a Missouri resident because of the state requirements. So technically speaking, even you did spoke to the board, we didn't really enroll you as a student. And even so, we have not enrolled any students before.
Jenna, but we could do it the same way in November, it's the same thing. Could you look at that?
Other schools, when they do establish in one state, whether they do have to go to the rest of the 49 states to get approvals, or they need to become an accredited to be a member of NC-SARA in order to operate in all of the United States. So if we're not really getting the opportunity to establish as a school, there's no way for us to go and get an accreditation to operate all over the United States.
Right, and I'm not going to argue with you, sir, but I'm just saying you already have a license, if you already have a license in Missouri.
Correct.
The website says you have a license.
Correct, but I have to move there in order to operate the university from a Missouri address. The reason why we are applying for a license in Florida, because we are located here. So we need to get the license here in order to revoke our other license. That's the concept. So whether I go to Missouri and rent an office and do all over the process all over again because we have an office there, or whether we apply for a license in Florida. There's many schools, they do have a license in 2 different states.
Right, and they make it clear that they do.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really say anything on our website that we are a Florida school.
Well, your address and your phone number make it clear.
Well,
And the picture of the building,
what was that?
downtown Orlando.
Correct, because when we created the website, the commission will review the website in compliance with the Florida license. So if I keep so I think the confusion came all from the website. So the website is seen by the commission
Sir.
in order to evaluate the application, not to intimidate the students to apply for our school.
But what normally happens, that the schools, they submit, a website that's not live. You create the website, you create all the mechanisms, you don't make it live. So most schools do submit a copy of their website, but if any of us would go and try to log into the website, it's not operational.
Well,
But yours is operational.
those students need to know the actual website link in order to log in.
The website can't be live until you're licensed.
Yeah, we never told that way, so.
I'm just gonna go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
University of Scientific Research, Miami.
We do have guests coming to the podium.
Okay.
Wow, Dr. Kitchen.
Keep yourselves for the record.
Yeah, well, my name is Dr. Jose Sergio Puig. I am the president of the University for Scientific Research, and I would like to thank you for permitting us to be here, because I had a medical prescription and it was impossible for me to come last meeting. So I'm very sorry about that, and I'm here ready for your questions and comments.
Okay, can the person?
Good afternoon. I am Maura Salavarria. I am the proposal of Academic Director of University for Scientific Research.
Okay, welcome.
Tell us a little bit about the university.
Sorry?
Tell us a little bit about the university. What made you decide to open a university?
Okay. Well, We plan to have this university because of the experience we have in dealing with this. We have an institution, higher education institution in Mexico.
In Mexico?
Yeah. And then
Which
there
city
is
in
no
Mexico, if I can
relation.
ask?
Sorry?
Which city in Mexico, if I may ask?
Yeah. Well, we have a higher education institution, and the only relation we have with our institution in Mexico is that we are the owners of the institution, and we have prepared, together with a team of professors, all doctors in sciences, our programs, and our institution in Mexico was created in 2014. It started with one program. It was a doctoral program, and at present it has 4 doctoral programs and 3 master programs.
And where is
We are
the
also
institution, sir?
included- Sorry?
Where is the institution in Mexico?
It is in the state of Mexico, Toluca.
Okay, I know where that is, okay.
And it was also, well, in this moment, it is included in the ranking web of university, Webometrics. We are in the 1,156 position in the universities who are included in that rank. And the total of Mexican universities in that rank is 1,1173, and they are about almost more than 4,000 universities in Mexico that are federal universities.
What's the name of the university in Mexico?
Centro de Estudios, it is in Spanish.
It's okay.
It is Centro de Estudios para la Calidad Educativa y la Investigación Científica. If you get into the web page, you can see everything concerning that. We have also graduated since 2014 when we received the license of the first doctoral program. We have graduated about 57 doctors in sciences. 2 of them are international from Ecuador, and 32 masters in sciences.
So you are.
This is a general idea, no?
So you are, and I'm sure that my colleagues will jump in for a second here. And thank you for being here, by the way.
Thank you.
So you are the owners of the El Centro in Toluca, Mexico.
That's correct.
And you also intend, or you are on record, the owners of this proposed institution in the state of Florida.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. I'm going to stop there for a moment. Perhaps, Mr. Crucito, I'm going to give it to you.
Other questions from commissioners?
Yes, I just wondered, had you thought about just offering the graduate level programs first and then the doctoral programs later? Instead of all at once, it's a lot to offer doctoral level from the get-go as a new school.
No, I don't think it is
No?
a huge proposal, because we are planning to have 2 master degrees, one in sciences of education and one in management and administration of education. And those 2 programs are supposed to be online. And we are proposing 2 doctoral programs, one in sciences of education, in pedagogical sciences, and one in political sciences.
Right, but I mean, that just seems to be a lot to me to offer as a brand-new school.
Yeah, but we have some professionals who are going to attend the university together with us. We are not going to be the only professionals in charge of the university. We have planned a register, a professional register, an admission officer, an accounting officer, the head of a faculty that is going to be education and politics together, a librarian that is included in the new budget, and we both as academic director, she's going to be in charge of everything concerning the academic area, and I'm going to be in charge of all the administrative activities, including to be the president.
And the programs that you offer in Mexico are the same programs that you intend to offer here?
Well, in some contents, they are supposed to be the same, because if we take into consideration the context, they are not similar. It's not similar the context in which the students develop or professionals develop in Mexico, and mainly in the state of Mexico. The context might be different in a way. So when we plan in our team of professionals, all of them doctors in sciences, we decided to take into consideration some areas that they are very clear in Mexico, and they are supposed to be not too clear for the United States, and then we plan to make some changes, and they are over there in our program.
I'm a little confused, I have to say, and I'm going to read from your catalog, which is a confusing statement that I actually noted. It says, this university is inserted into the state education system of the state of Florida, thus ensuring satisfactory compliance with the educational standards requested by the university of the mentioned state, and thus be in correspondence with those that govern the universities of the United States of America. In addition, it is noteworthy that the programs that this university offers to its students are accredited by the Federal Secretariat of Public Education of the United Mexican States for private post-secondary educational institutions. So did you take these programs, these proposed programs, and you submitted them to the Secretariat in Mexico, or what?
Yeah.
Because for me, I interpret that it's the same programs that you offer in Mexico.
No.
Okay.
To have a program approved in Mexico of any kind, bachelor, master, or a doctoral, they have to be, let's say, licensed as you do here, but they call it federal recognition of validity of studies.
Yep.
And it is given to a program. And there are two ways of validating, one federal and one in the states. Those programs we have approved are federal. That is one idea to be clear concerning the way they are approved or licensed, let's say. And then having that into consideration, I wrote into the catalog that idea, saying that in this proposal, the programs were not supposed to be taken by chance. They were programs that were in a way approved by the federal section, let's say, and taking into consideration that they are presented to this commission, but they are not, let's say, similar. One of those, because what I have said, context is not the same, so a student doesn't have needs, demands, and the same as our students in Mexico. If it is possible, it's easy to check our programs. They are in the web page in CSEC, and taking into consideration those programs I have included in the document. Easy to check and see.
I tell you what, sir, I'm uncomfortable with that narrative, to be quite honest. Okay, it's very misleading to the student. So we can go back and forth because I know about validity of degrees international, but I think I would be more comfortable is actually it's completely extracted from the catalog. Okay? Mr. Chair.
Are you using any of the resources from the university in Mexico?
I beg your pardon? Some of the resources about?
Are you, for this school, your new school, are you using any resources from the school in Mexico?
I'm not so clear about the question. Would you be so kind to?
For this new school, will you be using any of the resources from the school in Mexico, such as faculty, online, library, things like that?
Yeah, we have resources in that institution. We have a school working. In this moment, we have 267 students in the institution.
So if you have that working in Mexico, why do you want to open this new school here in Florida?
I don't understand
If you have a university in Mexico that has similar programs, and has pretty much, for what you're saying, has the same outcomes, why do you want to open an institution in the state of Florida? That's a question from Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, we are resident in the U.S. and we live in Miami. We live in Coral Gables. We have a company there, an LLC, Investigación Científica en la Educación. It is located in the area. So we are living here. We decided to continue what we do there. We continue doing that here, expecting to help students. When I mean students, I mean graduates who are supposed to need master's and doctorate programs. I made an analysis of the context before preparing the document, and then I saw that in the area only 2 universities have similar programs like those we have. One is only has the Doctor in Political Sciences, only one in the area. And in the area is about a population of, I don't know, let's say 3 to 5 million people there in the area. And 2 institutions, one has the Doctor in Pedagogical Sciences program, and one the Master in Education Science. So that's the reason why we decided to continue what we do concerning our experience. We have about 48 years of working in education. In my case, similar to her, we graduated the same year in 1979. In 2003, we got a master, and in 2008, I got my PhD in Pedagogical Sciences. 2 years later, in 2010, I got my postdoctoral course in the University of Sheffield, England, where I got my certificate of, it is visiting research fellow. I was there, I taught at the Hispanic Studies for a semester, and I got my postgraduate.
Why not just take what you have in Mexico and do a foreign corporate here and name it the same? Why are you starting at New Florida School, New Florida Corporation?
But I don't know if I got really the idea, but we first decided to create the LLC because of rules. If we want to have a company, I don't know, whatever, we have to present it. We have to present the idea, ask for to have an LLC, and it was approved. The LLC is in the area of education, and due to that, we decided to take into consideration what we know, we think we do properly, and then we decided later to present it to the commission.
Okay. Commissioners, the concern I have here is that intermingling, even though they say they're independent, that they are intermingling their operations, what's happening in Mexico, and also with this new school in Florida, number one. Number two, I think Commissioner Mulhern brought this up, the concern about the 2 doctorates and also the 2 masters, but their library resources from Mexico is only $3,000. So their library resources are definitely inadequate for the programs and also the level of the programs.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I notice that you have 10 faculty members listed. How many of these reside in Florida?
About 70% live here in Florida, and 3 of them are not still living here. But as soon as I consider if it is possible to be licensed, the school, so they are ready to come and do what it is supposed to be done in the university. They have their visa without problem, so they can enter the country and do whatever we need in the institution.
All right.
I'm sorry, you're going to bring faculty from Mexico here?
Sorry?
Faculty from Mexico, you heard?
No, there. What I have, what I mean in this case are 2 professors. One is not living in Toluca. One is living in another state, and it would be easy for him and his family to move to USA. All the family have visas to get into the country, and another one is a professor who lives in Toluca, and he and his family are ready to live also here. They are visa to enter the country without difficulties.
Let me ask one follow-up question here for a moment. Do you plan to close the university in Mexico to open it here?
No.
So you're going to be managing 2 similar institutions, one in Mexico and one in the United States.
In this moment,
that's okay, but
yeah.
but the answer to that would be yes, correct?
Yeah, we are managing both, and we will be
Okay.
managing both. But We have a director there who is working at present. We have an academic director that is working at the moment, and they are in charge of the institution.
Okay.
And thanks to internet, and we check everything they do whenever it is necessary.
Right.
And they have every 15 days they have to give us an idea how the work is being done, and we check.
Okay, what I would like to suggest is that they work with their staff member and go through the roles of each school, and in order for us to have a better understanding, because right now I don't think we have an understanding. So I would like to see if they would waive their 90 days and come back. And that gives them time to work with staff so we get a clarification of exactly what is taking place.
I concur.
Sir, right here. You have a right to a decision on your application today as is. However, as you can tell, the commissioners have some concerns. You also have a right to waive your right to a decision today. Come back at the next meeting, perhaps address some of the questions and concerns the commissioners have. However, you do have a right to a decision on your application today. I cannot advise you which route to take, but if you would like to waive your right, I need you to say so for the record.
Yes, I can wait. There is no problem.
Wonderful. Contact your program specialist when
Okay.
the meeting's over.
Is there any specific contingencies that were said or something? Because I don't know.
So one of them is the library
Sorry.
resources, but please make sure you get with your staff person at the commission to work on a clarification of the roles that each institution is playing. Okay?
Sorry.
That's okay. So when you get back to the office, ask your program specialist about getting a copy of today's meeting. We were recording it. You can go back and watch it, and I think they've addressed several concerns. But we won't be voting today on whether or not to give you an application or a license because you waived your right. But just contact your program specialist, and they can get you a copy of this meeting.
Yes, and Ms. Parton, we didn't get to all the concerns and questions. Do we want to make a record of all of them, or do you want me to I can just email you after the meeting?
Yes, you can email them.
You got it.
Thanks.
We're not voting today. You need to understand that. There's no decision today on your application. So we're not making any decisions today.
Okay.
Okay? So you said you gave us permission not to make a decision today.
Yeah, yes. No problem.
Okay? All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 11, and the last one for this section, thank God. Visible Music Colleges, Fort Lauderdale, and this will be a licensure delay.
Yes.
I thought licensure, oh, good, okay. Yay.
Is this one the ones in California? No. Where's it from?
Anyone from Visible Music College?
Yes.
Okay.
They're the ones that went
Mr.
to-
Chair, if I might, this institution, they showed up at the office today and not here. But there's an issue that they need to address. So I would ask that we delay this until July, because there's some information lacking from their parent institution. So we'll just leave it at that, and then come back in July, and we'll have everything, hopefully.
I make a motion.
Along with the folk.
I make a motion to delay until July.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Mulheron, second by Dr. Matos. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. The application for annual license, items 1 and 2. We could take them separately. The first one is Ana Menendez University, Orlando, Miami Lakes.
Move to accept.
And Tampa.
Okay, I move to accept staff recommendation for
A motion by
items
Nancy Bradley,
1 and, 1 and A, B, C, ABC, 1 and ABC.
And Mr. Chairman, the aisles are filling up with people coming forward.
And I'll second Ms. Bradley's motion.
Thank you, Ms. Mulharen. We're in discussion.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think we were lacking some information from this institution, and I understand that you tried to send it today. Is that correct? And you don't know anything about it? Okay. So there's some information lacking that obviously someone tried to send that they're not familiar with. It had to do with I think it had to do with approval from Board of Nursing, Board of Massage.
Correct.
Am I ringing a bell
You're absolutely
here?
correct.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm Gino Nadaliki, you guys know me by now, the Chancellor. Yes, you're absolutely correct. On the list of programs, there were, I think it was 3 programs that were missing on the list, but that...
Is there a reason that you didn't get that in at time? I mean, it's not you guys
No,
who
no,
knew or anything.
we did priorly.
Mr. Ferguson, let me make it very clear to you. That's not this part of the agenda that's up. That's the next one that's up. But the list of programs that they received in the summary sheet did not include 3 programs.
Okay.
They've already been approved by you all. We just brought it up to staff that those 3 programs, the massage and the 2 nursing programs, were just not on the list of approved programs. That's all. And so staff asked us, can you resend us what we sent already? That's what that is.
So
that's,
you have resent it, is my understanding.
absolutely, because we were asked to send it, and it was sent immediately. Yes, sir.
Is there any discussion based on staff recommendation?
I just wanted to clarify something that's in the summary sheet, if I could. Our very last paragraph refers to that you need to wait for the Middle States meeting in order to submit what you need to submit. What's Middle States considering?
Middle States is considering a complex substantive change, the equivalent of the substantive change the Commission evaluated in our last meeting.
Yes.
So we just got comments from them. They're meeting on June 24th, I believe. So as soon as they meet, they'll give us their final decision, which for what we received so far, it looks like there's going to be no issues with Middle States in that part.
Do we have I see. I think it's the accreditation actions, December 2021. Is that the right thing, to acknowledge receipt of the self-study? So they have that, and then they have to vote? Was that it? Did you have a visit?
With Middle States, no yet. This is like they're evaluating the complex substantive change. We got renewed the Middle States licensure for, I think, the maximum they gave us recently, and you have a copy of that as well.
Right.
So the only contingency that you don't have is that one, because Middle States is not meeting until June 24th.
But we'll see you back in July then, right? With that, or you're going to submit it?
We're going to submit it as soon as we have the resolution from them. We'll
Are
submit
they
it to you.
meeting, or they'll have a decision then?
They're meeting on the
They're meeting.
24th, and usually Middle States, a week or 2 after they meet, they let us know. Usually right after the meeting.
Okay.
Is there any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Commission.
Number 2 South Florida College of Nursing, Doral.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
A motion by Ms. Mulheren,
Second.
second by Ms. Bradley. Discussion?
And we have a guest.
Good afternoon, staff, and, excuse me, good afternoon, commissioners and staff too. My name is Dr. Henry Oliveira. I'm the dean and also the CEO.
May I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello?
How are you?
Good, good.
So, Dr. Oliveira, tell me a little bit about your experience with the management of post-secondary entities.
For the last 5 years, this has been a very, very, very beautiful journey.
Okay.
Educating nurses and getting them prepared to do our healthcare. I'm a strong believer in nursing. We started out as a review course. This commission here gave us the opportunity to educate nurses, and we converted it into a nursing school. We went ahead and did our due diligence. COVID slowed us down just a little bit, but we ended up securing our candidacy for ASIN. We also achieved our institutional accreditation that they're going to.
I'm sorry, who did you work with?
Who did I work with?
Yeah. Oh, this is this institution. You're talking about this institution?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
terrific.
yeah.
Well, for some
Yes.
reason, I thought that it was another institution.
No, no.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, we have had a excellent journey learning through this process. But yes, we have achieved our last visit for our institutional accreditation by ABHAS. We also achieved our candidacy with ASIN. And we did receive our extension from the Board of Nursing because of the rule,
Sure.
The rule six.
The one that requires accreditation.
Thank you. Yes, and so far everything is going as planned. Doing our due diligence.
Good. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. That's all the question that I had.
Is there any further discussion regarding the application? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The application for extension of annual license, we have none. Application for annual renewal, we have some tweaks in this one. Remove number 8, it is a duplicate. It's also in substantive change section number 4. So instead of having 19 items, we have 18 items.
Move to consent.
Hold on, may I finish?
Oh, yeah, sure.
And add 18B, University of Ana G. Menendez, license number 3344. Dr. Matos, you did a motion for consent?
I did, sir. Thank you for indulging me on that one.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Lynn Mulheren. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries for consent. Ms. Mulheren, would you like to pull any?
No, since number 8 is going to be number 4 in the substantive change section, I'll just transfer that to that section. So I have none.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Matos?
No. Nope, I don't have any.
Dr. Kitchens?
None.
Mr. Williams?
I thought he came back. Did he come back?
Ms. Bradley?
Yes, I have number 6. And that is it.
For approval will be 1 through 5 and 7 through 18.
It's 19.
No, we subtracted.
Oh, you're right. Move to accept.
I have a motion by Ms. Mulheren,
Second.
second by Ms. Bradley. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Number 6, Chancellor Institute, Margate.
Somebody coming up.
Hello,
Yes.
should I introduce myself?
Yes, please.
Dr. Tamesia Scott, co-owner, president.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes, hello, Dr. Scott. I have one thing, and it is in your catalog. On page 45, you mention clinicals are located between 1 and 50 miles
Yes.
of the school.
Yes, ma'am.
However, I saw one on your listing that was like 80-some miles.
I think that's Hendry Medical Center up in Belle Glade.
I'm not sure. I just saw the mileage.
Yes, we do have that facility, but we have not, because we got it right in the middle of COVID, we have actually not had any students that have actually attended that clinical site as of yet. But once they do approve us to actually start going, we are actually going to provide transportation for our students out of Broward.
Okay. As long as you have that site, you need to go ahead, even though you're not using it today.
Yes.
Go ahead and put in I would restate how you say that 1 to 50.
Okay.
But if you're paying for the transportation, go ahead and include that. But be very clear, it's just for that site.
Okay.
So.
No problem.
That was it, and that will be a contingency.
Okay.
Would you like to include that with your motion?
Yes, sir.
A motion by Mrs. Bradley, second.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Matos.
Welcome.
Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take a 5-minute
Do I hear a whisper for a 5-minute break?
break. I
I
whispered,
think you
but
did.
yes.
Yes, you did. Okay, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Are you ready? Application for license by means of accreditation. We have one school, Inter-American University of Puerto Rico.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Motion by Dr. Matos,
Second?
second by Mrs. Bradley. Discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I think we have a gentleman approaching the podium.
Luis Sanchez, Executive Director.
Nathan Adams, Holland and Knight.
Welcome. Since we're right in the middle of a vote, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, and thank you for being here.
That's what happens when you got a good attorney.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks to the staff.
Is that an oxymoron? Good and attorney?
In some instances.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I said that out loud. Annual review of license by means of accreditation, items 1 through 9. We could take these as consent.
Second?
Is that Lynn?
Yes, sorry, my mic wasn't on. So
Okay.
moved.
A motion by Ms. Mulharen, second by Nancy Bradley. Discussion for consent. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Lynn, would you like to pull any?
None.
Dr. Matos?
I have none, sir.
Dr. Kitchen?
None.
Mr. Williams?
None.
Ms. Bradley?
None.
Okay, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the items 1 through 9.
Start at pool number 6, but
Yeah. The troublemakers.
Oh, let's do that. We haven't picked on you in a while.
Move to accept staff recommendations. Mr. Cressida?
Thank you, Ms. Mulharen. Motion by Ms. Mulharen, second, please.
I'll second it.
A second by Dr. Matos. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Application for program approvals and modifications, items 1 through 9. This is your choice if you like to do consent or one by one.
Move to consent.
I have a motion by Ms. Mulharen,
Second.
second by Dr. Matos. Discussion for consent. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Ms. Mulharen,
I have number 1.
okay. Dr. Matos,
I have none.
Dr. Kitchen.
None.
That armadillo must be getting down lower and lower. It's yours not.
Well, I'm telling you what, he's ready for a nap.
You sure it's not a porcupine that you swallowed?
Oh, man.
no, Chairman, Mr. Chairman, he preached yesterday
Oh, okay.
at a 10-member church.
Had 1,700 decisions.
Mr. Williams,
None.
Ms. Bradley,
Yes. Item 3. It goes to all the strayers because I think it's the same question.
okay.
So, that's it.
Okay, so we'll do a consent approval on items 2 and 4 through 9.
You want all the Strayers together?
Yes, please.
Okay, then, sorry to interrupt, she's actually pulling 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
I started with
8.
3, yeah. I mean, it's a simple question,
Yeah.
so.
3 through what?
8.
Okay, for consent agenda then, it'll be item 2 and 9.
Move to accept staff recommendations.
Second.
A motion by Ms. Mulheren, second by Dr. Matos. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, Greg Jones, before he left, handed me a note. He said if this fall you wanted to see some real football, come on up from Miami.
Where? To Gainesville?
To Tallahassee.
Oh, okay, item number 1, School of Nursing and Technology, Miramar.
Yes, move to accept staff recommendation.
Motion by Ms. Mulheren,
Second.
second by Dr. Matos. We're in discussion.
And we have guests at the podium.
Denise Antunes, School President.
Richard Zayden, Compliance Director.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I pulled this one. So there are several of your clinical agreements that are either have already expired in March or are about to expire in May. And I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that. It was not an automatic renewal on our summary sheet. So there were a few. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And have you?
We have a clinical director in process, and so we're in conversations for those where it's their agreement, and we're working to get them renewed.
Okay. Okay. Obviously, very important for your program, so it needs to be done.
Of course.
Right away. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Jesus.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashley.
Items 3 through 8, take them all together.
Move to accept staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion by Dr. Matos.
There's a lady at the podium.
That sounds much better.
Okay, can I have a second first, please?
I'll second.
I have a second by Ms. Bradley. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Sure. Good afternoon. Lisa Sincere, Strayer University.
Okay, welcome.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sincere. Thank you for being here. My question is probably one that we've asked you before, because I know this is not a new program for you, the Jack Welch. You're bringing it up as one of your new programs, but could you explain to us what that's about?
The Jack Welch Management Institute?
Yes.
Yes. Strayer acquired the Jack Welch Management Institute, known as JWMI, I think 2013, 2014. And so it is a separate school within Strayer. And it was initially Jack's, it's all based on Jack's teachings and his now legacy. And these particular certificates, or this certificate, is actually taking one of the concentrations of the MBA and just taking the actual 3 concentration courses and putting them into a separate certificate.
I see. And I see, so you're offering that as a standalone?
Correct.
Okay. And because it's almost like a specialty.
Correct.
Okay.
And then if somebody finished that certificate and they wanted to do the full MBA, those would transfer over.
I see. So, yeah, and so you have them in several different areas, the graduate leadership, healthcare that you already have, and now operations management.
Correct.
So you're kind of putting, is it basically the same item? I want to call it a module or the certificate. Is it the same thing in every one of those, or are they special?
So within each of those certificates, the certificates themselves are comprised of 3 courses, and those are the concentration courses for each
area?
specialty.
Yes, got it. Okay. All right, well, the explanation, everything looks really comprehensive and very interesting, so.
Excellent.
I just wanted to confirm what I was reading.
Sure, my pleasure.
All right, thank you very much. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Aye. Motion for extension of license, Orlando University.
Move to accept.
A motion by Ms. Mulharen,
Second.
second by Dr. Matos.
We have a guest coming down.
Okay, good.
Good afternoon.
Orlando University.
School, Orlando University. Jim.
You're welcome. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we have one school, motion for extension of license for 1 year, the Institute of Films, Orlando.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
We have a motion by Ms. Mulharen,
I'll second that.
second by Dr. Matos. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, motion for request for extension of time to comply with contingencies, Universal Technical Institute, South Florida.
And we have guest.
Good afternoon, Bob Burnfield, Campus President.
Courtney Woodward, Director of Student and Career Services.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
The motion by Ms. Mulharen,
Second.
second by Ms. Bradley. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How close are you to completing that thing down there, Bob?
20 million in by July. We're thinking end of June. I'm going
Good.
back to paint now.
Let me, let me know, we'll send somebody down right away.
Substantive change approval, it's not items 1 through 6, it's items 1 through 7, because we moved one over to this. Which school did we move over, Mr. Ferguson?
I'm sorry, say again.
Which school did we,
Number 4.
Pool
and,
6, is that what you're
and
asking?
8.
Is number 6.
Oh,
say that again, sir?
Hang on. It's number 6, I believe.
It was on number 4, wasn't it?
Yeah, remove number 6 from the agenda.
yeah.
And then,
It was Educare Vision College of
4 and 8 were the ones we moved over from the other
Yeah, 8 was a duplicate.
duplicate,
So-
yeah.
Yes.
So it's already in here. Okay. And we're removing number 6.
Educare and Vision, number 4.
Okay, wait a second. So we're removing number 4?
No, we're moving number 6. Number 4 was the duplicate.
Okay.
And number 8 was a duplicate.
From the other section.
What number
Yeah.
8? No, it's a different campus. That's a different campus.
Oh.
Anajima, they're two different, they're two different entities, I believe. It isn't the same, right?
This is different, this is credentials.
Right. But this is the Gurabo campus, so it's a difference.
I was told it was.
I don't think so.
Joey, what do we got, buddy?
It's 6478 and 6478. They're the same license numbers. They're Melbourne and Melbourne. We removed number 8 from section E, and it is the same as number 4 and subsection. Subchange. Yes, it is a duplicate. It's license number 6478 in both sections. So we are going to consider it under substantive change number 4.
That's Educare and Vision College of Nursing.
Yes, that's correct.
Have we figured out what we're doing yet?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
So we start with number 1.
Good idea.
The Gape Academy of Sciences, Delray Beach.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Motion by Ms. Mulharen.
Are they still here? Yeah, they are still here.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Matos. We're in discussion.
We have somebody at the podium.
Can you please introduce yourself for the record?
Good afternoon, good to see you again. I am Brendan Kelly. I am a consultant for Agape Academy of Sciences.
Dr. Abigail Matthews, I am a director of campus.
Dr. Erin Matthews, administrator.
And Mark Murray, legal counsel for Agape Academy of Sciences.
Okay. Do we have any cut and paste errors in this one?
Pardon me?
We're in discussion.
So, Mr. Chair, we have a lot of follow-up items here, 12. Do you have a dedicated compliance person that's going to be coordinating all of the items that we need, or do you have that farmed out differently?
Nope, that's me, and we've actually submitted 10 of them yesterday.
Oh, okay,
So
that's right.
we-
I'm sorry, you did introduce yourself as the, yeah. thank
Yeah,
you.
so we submitted 10 of them yesterday and submitted everything
Great.
to the
Awesome.
staff. And we'll be
Fantastic.
having the rest of it done by the end of the week.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Number 2, Alterius Career College, Tampa.
Move to accept staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
And we have a gentleman at the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Dengler. I'm the campus director at Alturas Career College, Tampa.
Okay, let's finish with the motion first, please. Dr. Matos.
I
Do I have a
did put a motion on the floor, sir.
Second.
And a second by Ms. Mulheron. We're in discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So this is regarding NCLEX, your NCLEX scores, your sub-change for your NCLEX,
Yes.
confirming that with you.
Well, I was made aware that we had 5 contingencies that we had to respond to.
Right, and you'll get a copy of all that, but the purpose for the substantive change is because you've been, you're on probation with the Board of Nursing.
No, we're not.
You're
We're in
not.
approval status.
Okay. All right. You're not on probation?
No.
Okay. I was having trouble opening my summary sheet. Okay,
Well, they're in train out with the nursing.
okay. Right. I did read that your campus is closing.
Correct.
When do you anticipate all that to be?
Nursing July 3rd of this year.
Oh,
The entire campus, April 8th, 2023.
okay. All right. All right. Well, that takes care of my question.
Are you closing nationwide? Are you closing?
Yes, all 3 schools.
So just, it's going to go away, all of them?
That's correct. It's unfortunate.
But the online will continue?
No, it will not.
No, on everything,
Everything, correct.
everything. Okay. All right.
Gonna, I mean, it's just going to close up
It's unfortunate.
nationwide.
Yep.
You only have, I guess you have 3 left.
3
right?
schools.
Yeah.
There were 3, one in Norcross, Georgia, Tampa, and Bissonnet, Texas, near
Yeah,
Houston.
Texas, yeah. That was your really big one in Texas, wasn't it?
Yeah, all of them were thriving, doing very, very well, very successful.
What was, so why did they make the decision?
I can't get, because I don't know, but the Board of Directors, ECMC Board of Directors made a decision, I think, to focus its initiatives elsewhere, likely maybe on the guarantor side. I can't speak to that as I'm not, professionally, intimately involved in that. Other than, 3 weeks ago, we were advised that we were closing the schools and we are in a teach-out mode.
I thought it was just the Grand Campus is closing, but is there's still an online
There is
presence?
not an online division.
There is not?
No
Okay.
longer, no.
Okay. All right. Well, I know you'll keep the commission apprised of all the details with the train out.
Oh, we absolutely will. We absolutely will.
They've been very good about that. They've all notified us of everything. That's why I was kind of curious.
We are. And obviously our focus is on the students. It's on their outcomes. It's on their placement. So I'll be there through the very end to ensure that. So make no mistake that our focus is very student-centered. And we'll continue that. We'll continue our communication as well.
Okay. Very good.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
Just one.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it is unfortunate, sir. But I want to point out, for the record, how many students are affected by disclosure?
Right now, currently, our population is in the range of 344.
In Florida?
In Florida, correct.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we as a commission, and certainly myself, take the time to dig into things. So every time a school in this niche comes up and say, we are student-centered, we're student-focused, and we're going to be here for the long haul. That's not necessarily true when you're owned by a corporation. That's not necessarily true if it's owned by a family that's running the school. The only school that's here forever is a state school. So, when we're challenging you in getting your commitment to the student population of the state of Florida, this is an example why. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
College of Health and Allied Development, West Palm Beach.
Move to accept staff recommendation?
A motion by Dr. Matos,
Second?
second by Ms. Mulheron. Discussion?
We have someone at the podium.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Carrie Ann Carnegie, Executive Director, College of Health and Allied Development.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, you have a lot of follow-up items here. Have some of them been completed already? And who is going to be in charge of making sure they get done?
Okay, myself and our new compliance director, like fresh eyes.
Oh, okay, so this is his or her new list of things to get done, right?
Yes, but we're doing it together.
Okay, gotcha. Have some of these been taken care of already that you know?
We started working on them, but we haven't submitted anything yet.
Okay, I see. But you don't see it, you don't anticipate any problems getting the list taken care of?
No.
Thank you.
You didn't have any testers in Q1 of this year?
No, sir.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Number 4, Educare and Vision College of Nursing, Melbourne.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Got a motion by Ms. Mulheron,
Second?
We have a guest at the podium.
is that Dr. Matos?
I did, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
We're in discussion. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Good afternoon, Jeanette Thompson, Chief Operations Officer.
Welcome.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to have an update on the placement percentage since it was so low. I know that we are asking for a placement improvement plan in our contingencies, but if you could just elaborate for us here today.
Absolutely. We had one class graduate. We had 3 LPNs, 5 RNs. We've had 4 from those 2 to graduate, to pass NCLEX, and 4 are working. So that's 50% placement so far.
Okay, so it's improving from what you reported here originally, because we have 25% on.
Yes, I'm not quite sure. We're new. I don't know how it got to 25%, but, I could use some education in that area.
Okay, yeah, that's what was reported here on the items that we received, and maybe they were submitted prior to.
Yeah, I think it's related to the, when the class actually graduated and the cutoff period for the report.
So you're at 50% currently. Which is still 10% deficient of where you need to be.
Yes, ma'am. We're working on it. We do have a plan that I've already submitted.
Okay.
To Cheryl.
Oh, great. All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
And of course, in order for them to be placed, they have to be.
License, yes, ma'am.
So, how are things going now in the first quarter? Did you have any testers?
We only admit once a year, so, because we're new and we want to start out slow, so we haven't had any testers first quarter yet. We are graduating a class on the 13th of this month, so we'll start having more testers.
Okay, and that's
for the RN.
For the RN, I was going to
And
say, is that?
Yeah, the LPNs graduate in June.
Okay, so,
Yes. The one LPN that we had, that was the one that did not pass boards. She's actually enrolled in the ATI capstone and virtual ATI, so I'm working with her intimately to get her where she needs to be to pass NCLEX.
okay.
And
Very
the two RNs that fail boards, we have a 3-day NCLEX review this week at our campus, and they are in that NCLEX review.
Okay.
There.
All right, that's good, right? Right, so you are definitely working on it.
Absolutely. And we have made process improvements for future classes. Doing the comprehensive testing and reviews with ATI, so we learned some things from our first cohort and we're implementing them.
Very good. How many in your upcoming graduating classes, how many do you have for RN?
21.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And then for PN?
6.
Okay. So, you'll make sure that those 21 are ready to go?
Absolutely.
Before you send them?
Absolutely. We already did that comprehensive ATI testing, and out of the 21, we had 15 to score in the 90th percentile. And we're going to work with those 3 that scored in the 70th percentile.
Very good. It's all about the numbers.
It is. Yes.
Okay. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Number 5, Hope Sound Bible College.
Move to accept staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion by Dr. Matos,
Second.
second by Ms. Bradley. We're in discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And we do have a number 6, correct?
Yeah, that was eliminated.
Number 6 was removed.
And that's removed. Number 7, Nuke University, South Florida campus, Pembroke Pines.
Move to accept staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Matos.
Second.
And we have distinguished gentlemen at the podium.
Second by Ms. Mulheron.
And Bob.
Well said.
You're fitting in great, Dr. Kitchens.
Yeah.
Please introduce yourself for the record.
Dr. Mike Burkett, President of Nuke University, Florida Technical College.
Welcome, Michael.
Thank you.
The other guy next to you, does he want to introduce, or does that constitute billing?
Bob Harris on behalf of Nuke University, Florida Technical College. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. We're in discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Number 8 is Ana Menendez. Can we take all the 8A, 8 and 8A
All together.
and 8B? We take all, no, we take 8 all together.
And the podium is literally surrounded by distinguished visitors.
Okay, can I get a motion first, please?
Move
Sure.
to accept staff recommendation.
Second.
A motion by Ms. Mulhern, second by Nancy Bradley. We're in discussion. Can you please introduce yourselves for the record?
Gino Narlicchio, Chancellor of Ana Geméndez University, representing Universidad Ana Geméndez.
Donna Veens, Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs and Product Strategy for Ana Geméndez University, representing UAGM.
Nicolas Natalicio, Vice President of Administration and Operations.
Bob Harris.
And just for the record, the recommendation should read provisional license issued through May 31st, 2023.
Our chairman is missing.
Oh. He fell out of his chair. What happened to him?
He's been taken away.
Well, either way.
Don't fear.
Mr. Vice Chair, you're up then.
You're up, sir. You go, sir.
Well,
Let's go, Dr. Kitchen. Let's do it.
this day would come. He'd be removed. I just didn't realize he'd come this quickly.
We have to vote, sir. We have to vote.
Well, this,
Well, you know, this is.
you got a motion and a second.
You got a motion and a second?
Yes, we did.
And no discussion.
Well, I mean, it's, the recommendation's there.
I mean, you got Bob standing there. What more could you want?
Yeah, he looked at me like he'd shoot me a while ago, so I won't say anything about probation.
Okay.
Was
Y'all
there,
were talking about come on up for good football. If you want to see some good NFL football, come up to Athens, Georgia, to my alma mater. That's where they all are now. All my Bulldogs are in the NFL. But all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? So ordered. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was for all of them.
Okay. Where are we?
Branch campus is none,
Branch.
name change none. And then we're right into O, which is right down your alley.
There you go.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, the 147 religious schools who signed off.
Mr. Vice Chair, move to accept the sworn affidavits.
No. That's mine.
Okay, but I'm helping you, so you can second it,
No.
or you say it, I'll second you.
Move to approve.
I'll second you then, sir.
Okay. There you go. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay. No, I'm just kidding.
All right. So,
That's 1 through 44.
all right, that's that done.
No
Name
agent training program.
changes, and we're coming right on down to the end, right here.
Where it says abscess.
B.
Abscess.
No,
Recess.
letter P, sir. Letter P.
I'll let you out in a hurry.
P is
Agent training program.
none.
None. Recess. Anybody want to vote for recess?
Yes, sir.
Go for it.
So moved.
Recess.
Awesome.